So I was covering the team in 2015 when they unveiled the new Performance Center, which is a super impressive big building at Pirate City. I was there when they unveiled the expanded, like doubled in size clubhouse at McKechnie Field at the time. Looked super nice, new offices, new everything, new media room, thankfully. All that was great, and it was like highly touted by the Pirates. They really enjoyed showing it around everybody. At one point, it was in Bob Nutting's official bio that they built those buildings and done all that work. It was an impressive thing. But when we were doing the reporting process in here, and we discovered from three sources that money, well, the story, if you haven't read it, it's the lead. You can get that part for free. It was that Neil Huntington had gotten the plans for this. They had taken this to the Pirates ownership and said, hey, we'd love for to get additional funds to cover this. And they were told from Nutting that they had the money they needed in a baseball operations budget. They just needed to decide how to spend it. And so they had opportunities. They could have chosen to not pull it out of payroll, but that would mean it's coming out of scouting or tech or one of these areas that like taking $8 million out of would have absolutely decimated that area. And when you were the Pirates, and at that point in time, you could believe that maybe you could get by with drawing $8 million out of payroll to pay for something else. So, so I think that makes some sense. And but to me, I was like, I know that's new information that hasn't been reported. I didn't have that information back then when I was covering the team. Would have loved to. It would have helped explain some of the things we were seeing moving forward, where the Pirates go down from a record high $99 million payroll starting 2016 to getting rid of Liriano, getting rid of, I guess, prior to that record payroll, they're getting rid of Charlie Morton. They were flipping Neil Walker. Just a bunch of departures that offseason that set them up for 2016 that started this descent in a lot of ways, payroll and production. And so to me, that was an anecdote that said a lot and sort of set the stage for what the story was going to be.
So I guess my question here would be, I know we talked about the $8 million that had to be spent to build a new facility. Is that at all a common practice? Because I know we like jokingly make fun of the Cubs and their Wrigleyville and how they were broke, just making fun of them. But is that something that happens across baseball a little bit, where things like that come out of baseball operations, or are these owners putting their own money towards things like that?
In checking around, we were given no indication that this is common practice. This is a real estate investment, right? This is something where if they sold it, they could say, we have a fully refurbished, state-of-the-art performance center at Pirate City. Whoever's buying the team, you're going to pay us for that. So in my mind, that's like a capital investment that they're making. And so I don't know why it would come out of baseball operations. People I've talked to, no one has things that have been flagged in the story that people might disagree with. No one so far has disagreed with us pointing that out as a strange factor. And the sources we talked to said, yeah, it impacted the way that front office had to operate.
So, I mean, clearly Luis Ortiz, Roansy Contreras, Chapman's Cuban, clearly not him. You know, I'm bad with names also, but the outfielder that's got from Kansas City, no, damn it. I was going to go there. Okay. Peguero, Endy Rodriguez, and then O'Neill Cruz. No one else from the bullpen. Jose Hernandez.
And there's actually, Endy doesn't count because he's not on the 40-man anymore.
Oh, he's not on the 40-man. You're right. So, son of a bitch. Why could you ask me this yesterday? But wait. So if he's not, who was just signed? I mean, Fleming, obviously. And then who did they? Oh. No, Grandal's not Dominican. What am I talking about? Moretta. Big Bank. Oh, son of a bitch. It was another bullpen guy. All right. I'm not too proud of myself, but I'm not.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kirsten.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Starbucks. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we have Jim Rosati. Jim, we are officially back from Bradenton. Spring training is well on its way, and happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Sorry for the technical issues this morning. I don't know what happened there.
Good.
I think it was just like, I think everything was in Florida mode still. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
all our
all
setups had to be reestablished. So it is what it is. But other than that, so yeah, it's good to be home. I'll say that part.
It's good to be home. At the same time, it was like 45 degrees when I landed on Friday. So
Oh,
that kind of sucked. But it's warming up a little bit. It is now, I think the high today is in the 70s. So things are looking good. It was a beautiful day yesterday.
good. I'm glad to hear. I mean, spring is basically here. So we should be enjoying some better weather.
Yeah. Unless that groundhog is lying to us.
He wouldn't dare.
I think when was that? February 2nd?
Yep.
Groundhog Day. And he said 4 more weeks of winter. I think that's what he said this year was 4 more weeks.
Oh,
Which
is that what he
means-
said?
I mean, it's springtime. It's springtime, baby.
Well, technically it's 6 more weeks. But I'll take 4.
Yeah, I think he said it was going to be a short winter. If I remember
okay.
correctly. Yeah.
Gotcha. So he verbalized it. He's like, you know what?
Yeah,
I know
he
normally
did.
we say 6 more weeks, but
Yeah.
this time it's different.
Yeah,
It's different.
He
It's 4
said,
this
you know
time.
what, this year only. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I could be wrong, but I think we only have 4 more weeks this year.
Well, that works because like you say, it's March 4th, so it's been 4 weeks. So let's get this on the road here. Let's get baseball season back, which it's basically is back now. So we've had a full week, like we mentioned, of spring training, which we were down there for. The Pirates have been playing some baseball. We're gonna talk a little bit about that, but I guess where do we want to start? We're going to talk obviously about Brian Hayes. We want to talk about Brian Hayes. You especially want to talk about Brian Hayes. There's been some injuries to the bullpen. This bullpen that we've been talking up, that's going to be a really good unit, right? Dalvin Retta left the game yesterday. And then with that, we kind of heard on top of that with David Bednar, he's dealing with some lat issues. Where do we want to start today?
I mean, I guess let's start with Moretta. That's kind of the newest news, right?
Right.
Ninth inning yesterday's game, threw a pitch. Fastball was below 90 miles an hour. I think it clocked into 89.8, which was, 4 or 5 miles an hour below his average. Yeah, he and then arm kind of dangling there. You could see he didn't really look too good after the game. Derek Shelton said it was his elbow, right? So that's never necessarily a good thing. Elbow injuries aren't what you want to see out of your pitchers. So he was taken out of the game. We'll learn more probably today or tomorrow as far as what's going on with him. But yeah, Dowry Moretta, not great news there. He wasn't looking very good this spring, so you wonder if there was just kind of something off there, the whole time, and he was trying to pitch through it. But yeah, not a great spring so far for Moretta, and he now potentially, going to miss the start of the year. Potentially, we don't know. I'm not speculating it's like a UCL or anything like that, but elbow injury on March 4th. If he's got to be shut down for a while, he's likely not going to be ready by opening day, would be my guess.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things where, just like you're saying, he hasn't looked good so far this spring, but it's spring training. This is where stats don't really matter, right? We talk about it time and time again. But you would prefer the person look better than not look good, right? And Dowry just hasn't looked good. He gave up this few home runs the first time out. He gave up a home run last night as well.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It was okay.
Yep.
Before I said he did, I want to make sure he did. So he did yesterday as well, right? But then, like he left. The velocity was down, and his last pitch was 89 miles an hour. And you saw it. As soon as he released that pitch, it went right to the arm. So it's one of those things, like you're saying. Was he maybe just injured? That makes you feel a little bit better about like the results that you've been seeing. Was he kind of injured and pitching through this whole time? But in the same sense, like, has he been injured this whole time? Because that's not good. So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns right now. We just know that he's injured. It's an elbow injury, which, like you said, usually isn't too good. If we want to go on the speculation train here, I don't want to say he's like this huge piece in the bullpen. Like, it's not David Bednar, it's not Chapman, Halderman. Like, those are the dogs that you want to make sure they're healthy right now and such. But Dowry, like the Dowries and the Majinskis, and we talk about the Bruckies are big parts in the sense that if this team is going to be good, it's because they're shortening the game, right? This rotation isn't as desirable. It's probably not going to be a ton of innings there, quality innings. So you want to see this bullpen make up for that. And that's where Moretta falls in. Like, he's the guy that's been coming in probably the 5th, 6th inning, making sure that team shut down still to carry it over to Halderman and Bednar and Chapman and such, right? So, it's still big news. This is a really good unit because of the quality and the depth that's there. And if Dalvin Retta is lost, there's a potential that, it takes a big hit there. So at this point in time, again, like, we don't really know what's going to transpire with him, but, you want to stay hopeful that maybe it is just the beginning, the few first weeks that he misses. But yeah, Jim, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, as far as from a depth standpoint goes, like, Moretta's probably like the number 6 guy in this bullpen. If I'm just kind of looking at it, 5 or 6 guy would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a hit. Like, this is a guy who you were counting on to give you some major league innings, and if he can't go by opening day, then you've got to bring someone else on. Like, probably this opens the door for those non-roster guys. If anything, Brent Honeywell, being probably, you know, a very likely choice. Ben Heller. I would say like those two, if you're looking at non-roster guys, Ben Heller and Brent Honeywell probably have the best shot of making this team. Chase Anderson maybe too, because he didn't look too bad. Willie Peralta, another one who hasn't looked terrible in his little bit of time. So there are guys there who can be slotted in, and like you can live with Brent Honeywell being like your eighth guy in the bullpen, right? But what it does is it kind of, you know, puts everyone up a tick. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to monitor. It's a huge bummer. Dauri Moreta, I like him, and he came up big for a few times last year. Was pretty consistent too, just an overall, you know, a pretty decent performer throughout the entire season. So yeah, you're counting on him for something this year. Again, he could be fine. Like this could just be like a one time, oh, my elbow got a little sore, and by next week he's fine, right? Like I said, we'll find out more later on. But yeah, definitely not good news. We were getting through spring relatively healthy up to this point. And Moreta's the first guy to really go down with any sort of injury. You mentioned some other guys. There have been a few players who haven't gotten in a game yet, right? Because of issues. But I don't really have too many concerns with that. Like you talked about Bednar. They came out yesterday and said that Bednar is dealing with some sort of lat issue. David Bednar doesn't need a whole lot of time to get ready for the major league season. Like if David Bednar can pitch by next week or the week after and just get like 3 or 4 innings in, then I feel pretty confident that he'll be fine. So, you know, that's a little bit different of a scenario. McCutchen hasn't gotten in a game. Kind of same thing with him, right? Like you don't need to get Andrew McCutchen 100 at bats in spring training. Palacios, the one guy where, you know, he probably needs to get some swings in because he's competing for a roster spot. He being the other one who still has yet to get into a game. But yeah, the Moreta news definitely hurts. But they do have quite a few arms there where someone should be able to step up, you know, out of all of these guys that they've invited to camp. Find one of them who can be a competent major leaguer. And the odds of that happening are pretty high, to be honest. Like, I mean, you take 8 guys with major league experience, you know, hopefully one of them looks good.
Right. I'm with you. Again, like the David Bednar news, I'm not going to say worrisome because I'm not worried about the news. I'm not worried about that injury, the way it's coming off. It just seems like, I mean, it is spring. It's spring training. You are not going to risk anyone getting injured. If you're a pitcher and you're having any type of discomfort, like you just chill there. The fact that he was scheduled to pitch one day, and like they decided, no, I just feel like if the injury was even that bad, he's not scheduled to pitch, right? It's just like, you know what? I woke up today and still just not feeling right. All right, you know what? We're just going to take your week, right? We'll be extra cautious. You are David Bednar. We know you're the closer. We know you're going to be good. That's how I look at this, right? So I'm not worried about David Bednar, I guess, in that aspect of like, oh, how bad is this injury? I think he's probably fine. I would rather not hear that he's injured, but this is why he hasn't showed up to a game. Like now we kind of actually do know. But like with the Moreta news, like you're talking about, that's not good seeing how he left. But like you said, the positive on that is the fact that this isn't a guy that you're really relying on. And again, that's like what adding Chapman does with his bullpen. It makes it super deep and pretty competitive. So, you know, like you don't really need Dauri Moreta to be there all year to think, you know, this bullpen has to be good with him and such. Like it still can be productive. Like you talk about, like Willie Peralta, to one is kind of stands out to me. I mean, they did just sign Josh Fleming, you know, recently. Like there's a lot of opportunities here. Your boy Stratton too. You love Stratton. This is your breakout guy. Maybe this gives him an opportunity as well. I think he'll probably go with like an NRI guy that you're talking about, though, obviously also. But I'm not. This is again like this isn't something you worry too much. There's a lot of opportunities here. There's going to be almost a full more month left of baseball for them to fight for this position if it's needed. And yeah, like may the best guy win. I mean, again, we're talking about a guy who last year was a nobody, right? I mean, this was about a guy that the Reds are basically DFAing, but they traded for Kevin Newman, and it's like, you know, he's a terrible pitcher. and now we're talking about him being injured. Like, oh, what are they going to do, right? So like you can usually fill bullpen with some arms. So yeah, again, like this isn't one of the guys you're truly relying on. So that's like the more positive news. And again, we don't really know what's going to happen, but it didn't look good. I will say that.
No, I mean, anytime a pitcher grimaces after a throw and then you hear it's their elbow, it's not great. Yeah.
No.
So best of
And
I said, best
Pirates have
wishes
seen
to
plenty
him.
of those.
Hopefully he's all right. And hopefully it's just like a short thing. But yeah, he hasn't looked very good in his limited outing so far this year. But this was the first time that we saw the velocity like super down. I just went back and looked when he pitched on Wednesday. He was sitting 94 and a half, somewhere in that area, hit 95, which
Right.
is, where you'd expect him to be. But yeah, yesterday, he was below 90, low 90s the whole time. There was clearly something wrong.
Agree. All right. So there's the injury report, I guess, up to date so far. And then I guess, like you said, like, Plaza is like the other one. Won't go too deep into him. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah, he's obviously injured, and that's why he hasn't shown up for any games yet. So, do we want to talk about Brian Hayes next?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get this.
I want to talk
exciting
about Brian
news.
Hayes. I want to talk about Brian Hayes.
Brian is having a really good start again, Jim. Like a really good start.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, like, again, he's always played really well in spring training. He has a career spring training OPS of 1,084. So I want to like everybody to realize, like, this is just like what he does when he's down here for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, he's just really comfortable in spring training. But he's just looked so good this first, these first 8-9 days of spring. Obviously the fielding, like, we know how good of a fielder he is, like, and that hasn't missed a beat. But offensively, he's doing everything you want to see him do, right? He's having good at bats. He hasn't struck out yet. So 14 at bats so far, no strikeouts. He's putting the ball in play. He's putting it in play hard. Like, he's hitting the ball and he's blistering it. He's lifting the ball. He's hit 2 home runs already. He's driving and runs. Man, like, he's just he looks really, really, really good. And you titled this, breakout season. I need to see a little bit more. Like, I actually need to see it in the regular season. But, like, right now, my expectations of Brian Hayes are the highest they've ever been. Like, I think this dude legitimately has figured it out. I think he's figured it out finally, right? And all these years we've waited for him to figure it out. I think he's finally done it. You look at how he finished last year. You look at how he looks right now. He just looks like a different baseball player than what he looked like in 2022 or 2021 or even the beginning of last year. Like I said, a lot of pulling the ball, a lot of hitting the ball hard, a lot of hitting it in the air. I am excited for this season to see Brian Hayes. Like, I put it out there, like, this dude could get MVP votes this year if he's able to do this over the course of a season. Yeah, like, I think this is the year, like, he puts it all together.
I'm very hopeful that this is the year. Things seem to be lining up that it could be. I said on NS9 Live that, yeah, like, to me, March doesn't matter. You show the career stats in spring. What he's doing right now isn't why I'm going to be intrigued, isn't why I'm hopeful, isn't why I'm excited about Brian Hayes. But I am going to pump the brakes. Like, again, I need to see it in April to then say, this is why it is a breakout season. This is why to hype it and believe it. All I can tell you now is things that make me feel like it is different. Like you, I think what you're alluding to this time. Like, we're not going to be tricked this time. It is different. Believe me, trust me on this one, right? And I guess the reason is a lot of it deals with last year. A lot of it deals with the fact that, of course, he did it for 2 months at the end of the season, right? That's what we talked about. Like, Like he's done it, we've seen it, so maybe it can carry over. But I think what's most important is not so much like the performance. Let's talk a little bit about like the mental aspect of it.
Yep. I was bring that up too. Yep.
It seems like, okay. I think Fort talked about someone else, but it's like people need to start taking like their careers in their own hands, right? And the coaching is one thing, but until a player says like, I'm going to take this into my own hands, I'm going to find out who I am and do that. That's usually when things like start to click and such, right? And I feel like Brian's done that, like last year, and just with talking. I mean, we still don't know the exact story between Nunnally and everything, right? But it just seems as if Brian Hayes got to a point where he said, I'm tired of this shit. I want to be a good player, and I'm going to be a good player. And he did whatever he needed to do to like achieve that. And we saw like those final few months of what he was, right? That to me is like, I feel like what the most important is. And we talk about also like with more or less with rookies, right? Like you want to see players struggle because it's through the struggles that they usually learn, develop, become a better person. They come up and they're just good. They don't find out like what they're not good at. They don't learn to adapt. They don't learn baseball, right? They're just the talent's taken whatever. And Brian Hayes has struggled a long time. and again, like maybe it just took that long time to him to say like, I'm tired of this. But like on the other aspect, and this is like, I'm not psychoanalyzing everything, but on the other aspect, like he is a very typically quiet person. We've seen him be more vocal. And I don't know if this is all a combination of everything as well, but like we've seen him be much more vocal about things. And he's even talked about like on the broadcast, like this, like I'm now one of the older players. I'm now a guy that they come to and talk to. So like, I don't know if this whole leadership thing is clicking. I don't know if it's like, I need to be a better person. I need to be a better player. And like, it's all clicking, happening. But like, that's the thing that kind of stands out to me. That's what's different. That's what I can actually see. It's different. The spring training numbers are the same as they've pretty much been all his career. But it seems to be what's different is him, Brian. He seems to be different. So that's kind of where I think that's why I feel more confident what these numbers are and how it could translate. I think he wants to be a better player, and damn it, he's going to be.
Yeah, I went into originally there just how he's looked, right? But you also hit the nail on the head there. He just seems like a different person, like in general. Like he's changed his demeanor. He's confident. Like you can tell he is riding high with confidence right now. And I mean, he should be, right? Like he just won a Gold Glove. He just won his first career Gold Glove. He ended last season just tearing the cover off the ball. Like he legitimately played MVP caliber baseball for the last 2 months of the season last year, right? So he should be confident. And that's a big difference, I feel like, between now, because he's like exuding that confidence. He's saying, hey, you know what? Like I'm here. I deserve to be here. I'm a good baseball player, like you mentioned. There was something that stuck out to me last week. MLB Network was in Bradenton, and Cliff Lloyd interviewed Brian Hayes for like a 5-minute segment. First off, have we ever heard Brian Hayes talk for 5 minutes in his entire career? I don't know, but like the dude like never opens his mouth. But that's another thing you're seeing this spring is like he's talking a lot more. He's on camera. He's being more vocal. He's being like that leader. But I think it just comes back to the confidence. Like I think he's just riding high with confidence right now. But one thing that stuck out to me in that interview with Cliff Lloyd, and if you haven't watched it, go on like the MLB TV app or MLB whatever. But if you go on there, you can see like the Pirates spring training thing. It's like 21 minutes long. It's a good watch. You should go watch it. But in there, Cliff Lloyd asks him, you're coming off a Gold Glove this year. Do you have any goals for this season? And Hayes said that he's actually never set goals for himself, like going into a year. He kind of just like went into it and just tried to do his best, right? But Hayes mentioned on that interview, he's like, I do have some goals this year. He's like, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I've got some goals this year. And I was like, ooh, that means he's got some high goals this year. Like he believes in himself. So I think we're, like I said, we're seeing a more confident Ke'Bryan Hayes. We're seeing a Ke'Bryan Hayes who just like, he has a plan now. Like, he knows what he's doing. Whereas before, it just seemed like, yeah, he was in the batter's box and he was just kind of doing whatever felt right at the time. But he's a different player now. He's a different person now. He's got a whole different demeanor. Like I said, I'd recommend going back to watching that interview, because when I saw that, I was like, he's different. Like, he's different this year. I was like, I can't wait to see it, like, over the course of a whole season. And he keeps talking about how, like, he needs to stay on the field, and I get that. Like, Bucko Mike with his whole fragile Hayes thing. Like, yeah, Brian Hayes needs to play 150 games. Like, if he wants to be that dude, he's got to play 150 games. He can't do this 120, 130 game stuff. Like, he's got to be on the field a lot, because the Pirates need him. They need him in that lineup every day.
Yeah, man. Like, this is all reasons to actually, like, buy in and get excited. The results is what ultimately matters. And again, like, we're going to find out more of this in April, I feel, because it is March. He does well in Bradenton. He's doing well again. So, you know, it's not as if it's like, well, this time in March, you know, he's actually like carrying over and playing good. He's done this before. And trust me, I get it. And I'm not here to tell you like it's going to happen. He's going to be an MVP. But what I'm going to tell you is there's a lot of reasons to actually buy in this time going into this year. And I think you're right. I mean, this isn't also something we've done every year with Ke'Bryan. Like, it's not as if he's done this and it's like we've hyped him up. We've always had these concerns. Like you said, this is the most excited you've ever been for Ke'Bryan. And I'm with you. You know, we've been pretty much calling like, hey, if he can just be like the bat, there's more to desire. There's definitely talent there. He hits the ball very, very hard, right? But like typically into the ground. I mean, I've kept talking about like Eric Hosmer with him all the time. Like, the comps in that sense is just he hits the ball very hard, but into the dirt. He could be better, but just isn't, you know, in that aspect. But I don't. I feel like he wants it, and I feel like we're not settling for an average bat here. Like, he has that potential to be a much better, above average bat. And if, like you said, if he can, we've already seen the defense. You already see the defense, and he's already gotten to that point where it's being recognized. You got to go glove this year.
Yep.
And we raved on NS9 Live watching him play defense just in batting practice and his drills. And it's just like, God, this guy's so good. He's just so good defensively. Just so good defensively. And Jim, if he can have that plus bat, we know he's a 5-WAR like walking floor. If he has a plus bat, he's a 5-WAR player year in and year out because of that defense.
Yep.
Huge for the Pirates.
I mean, he's a perennial all-star if he can hit a little bit. And like I said, going back to the second half of last year, 539 slugging percentage. Second half of last year for Ke'Bryan Hayes, he had an OPS of 874. 874. Like, if that's, and I'm not saying like that's who he is, like, but if that's who he is, if Ke'Bryan Hayes is an 874 OPS hitter, he's literally like in MVP talks.
Yes. Because that's like 5-WAR offensively. He's like an 8-WAR player right then and there with those numbers.
So
like a 7-8 WAR.
Like I said, it's hard to take stuff from spring training, but he's just doing every single thing you want to see him do, both on the field and off the field. Like,
we talk about question marks
right now. Yep.
Right. And you talk about question marks, and like Ke'Bryan Hayes was a huge question mark. Like, which version of Ke'Bryan Hayes is he? I'm not saying anything's answered, right? But again, these are a lot of reasons that you can start looking on the other side of the question mark and saying, you know what, I'm kind of believing this. Want to see more of it, but I'm kind of believing this.
Yeah, like with all the questions that this pitching staff has, sitting right here on March 4th, I'm pretty confident that this team's got a pretty good core of position players. You know, I mean, it all starts with Reynolds and Hayes, right? Like, those are your two centerpieces. But you look at Cruz, who's done everything you want to see him do. I mean, you'd like to see him maybe hit a few bombs, but he has a good approach to the play. You know, the bombs are going to come. There's too much power. You saw what Swinsky did last year, inconsistent, but like there's obviously some pop there. And if Hayes, like I said, if Hayes and Davis too, Davis looking really good so far this spring.
Ooh,
If those two can hit, like this lineup doesn't look bad all of a sudden. Like it looks like it can do some damage. Like I said, the pitching is going to be the main problem with this team, and we've kind of been talking about that for a long time. But I'm feeling more and more confident every day that this team's core of position players is pretty solid. Like they've got a good 4 to 5 guys that are in that lineup every day who you can count on.
Yep. It's tough. This is tough. It's 1 week of spring training, and trust me, like we get that.
Yeah. I'm not over. I'm trying not to
the ones like
overreact.
pump the brakes, guys.
Like I'm trying not to overreact. Because the pitching still huge question mark. But I
Right.
do. I feel a lot more confident in the position players.
Yeah. Just to kind of branch off a little bit on that aspect, but you're right. And again, like knowing that it's just a week. It's good that in that week, Brian is doing that. It's good that in this week that Henry Davis looks very comfortable too. He looks
like
very good.
Looks like,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you he's a good catcher. I'm not here to tell you that he's looked fantastic, but what I am going to tell you is I haven't noticed that he's a bad catcher. And that's all you need as long as he's going to do this stuff that he's doing right now offensively. And again, with it just being the first week, it's been off of major league pitchers too. Like those 2 home runs he's hit, Corbin Burns and yesterday, like those are major league starters. It's not as if he's doing it on like the guy that's going to be pitching in Double-A this year. So encouraging stuff from Henry Davis so far, encouraging stuff from Brian Hayes. And the rest. I mean, you're not worried about Brian Reynolds, who's also looked good. O'Neill Cruz coming back, still question marks, like who's he going to be? He looks like where he left off last year, which is also encouraging. He's matured and developed as a hitter last year. That's what we're talking about in spring. Not striking out as much, walking more, making better contact. And that's what he's doing again this year. So I know it's just a week, but that's what you wanted to see out of O'Neill Cruz, which makes you more positive that, okay, what you're hoping to see last year, you probably can see this year. Jack Swinsky's struggling a lot. That's what we saw last year too. It's just going to come. I mean, we'll find out, but there's still talent there. Yeah, like I like the potential of the lineup. And so far we're seeing this spring is reasons why to like the potential of this lineup.
Yeah, so we haven't even seen Andrew McCutcheon, who he's just going to be – he's going to at least give you really good at-bats every single time. He's going to get on base. You add him in there too, and that just – this lineup's got length to it. It's got more length to it as it has in years past. Before, once you got to like that number 5 hitter, it was like 5 through 9 kind of suck. And I don't know if we'll see that this year. We might get to the point where like 7 through 9 kind of suck, but I think we'll have a little bit more length to the lineup than we've had in years past.
I agree. I think this lineup has the ability to be, and I'm not talking potential. Like I think this definitely has the ability to be interesting and fun to a degree. Because even when you get down to 7 through 9, at least for this year, maybe outside of Rowdy, they're interesting. They're interesting parts. Like if it's Peguero or Nick, or whoever, like those are players you want to say. It's not like the Austin Hedges of the world, right? I guess that again, that's maybe where Rowdy is, but he's still not even Austin Hedges. But I guess, yeah, like that's what I'm alluding to. This is even if it's not as desirable towards the end of the lineup, it's guys that you want to see. And hopefully as well, like if they're not, then someone else is coming because there's depth. Again, we can discuss the quality of the depth, but there's depth. So if Peguero is struggling, then it's Nick Gonzalez coming up and finding out, right? Or it is Triolo that's there and he isn't struggling, so like there's a lot of players to move in and out. So again, that's why I find it interesting about this lineup too, is even if it's not good towards the end, their struggles, those guys are going to come up and you're going to find out who they are next.
Yeah. So there's it's one of those things where like I was pretty pessimistic this whole offseason just because I feel like they didn't do enough. But you know what? baseball's here. The games are starting. Off season is pretty much over. Could they still add somebody? Yeah, but I don't think they are. Like I think they're going to roll with what they got. So now it's like, all right, let's focus on these guys and let's see what we can do. I'm excited. I'm still not willing to say this is like a playoff contending team yet, mostly because of the pitching staff.
Right.
But yeah, there are reasons to be excited to watch the Pittsburgh Pirates this year.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that sums it up. I'm not a believer in this team like being a playoff team or such either, but we've seen the past years. I mean, this will certainly be more interesting. Again, I'll put it that way because I mean they did actually win some games last year. But I think there's a lot like with that record of not being terrible. We keep hearing how many games they improved by and such. You know, with that, there was certainly some bad months there.
April, like they just came out of the gate super hot.
Yeah, but again, like
May through September, they were bad.
August they weren't so bad.
They
yeah,
were okay.
but you're right. That's what I'm saying. Like there was really bad baseball in between, and I don't think we'll have that as much this year. It just will be more evened out, right? You're not going to have the hot April likely, but either way, what I'm getting at is team is definitely more interesting. Yeah, a lot comes on the pitching, and I guess just to touch on this real quick too. Martin Perez made his debut yesterday, and he's going to be a big part of that, right? He was signed. He's probably their number 2 pitcher after Mitch Keller. He looked good. He looked good, Jim.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stood out to me yesterday with Perez was the command. Like he seemed like he was hitting his spots. He definitely benefited from Laz Diaz was behind the plate, and Diaz was in midseason form with his like 8-foot wide strike zone. I mean, Perez was getting like 3 inches on that outside corner, I feel like. But to his credit, like he was like, hey, if Diaz is going to give me these pitches as strikes, like I'm going to take advantage of them. And he hit his spots every single time. So yeah, really good game for Perez. Definitely what you want to see. The velocity was down a little bit, but he was pinpoint with his command, and the changeup in particular, I was very, very impressed with. If that's a pitch that he can kind of hone in on and get back on track, because I think that pitch has always been like his specialty, and I want to say just in that it wasn't all that great last year. But that changeup, if he can get back to using that changeup pretty consistently, especially against right-handed hitters, and locating it, he has the potential to be pretty good. Yeah, last year that changeup was worth -7 runs, where in the past, you know, it's always been it's been inconsistent. It's been a pretty inconsistent pitch for him. But if he can go like that sinker cutter changeup, gosh, he's been all over the place. He's been the most inconsistent pitcher. But
that's why he's a Pirate.
You see the stuff there. Like you can look at him and be like, okay, if he can hit his spots, there could be something here. Like you can squint and convince yourself that 2022 Martin Perez is like somewhere in there.
Well, I mean, it's somewhere in there. Absolutely. It's just, are they going to be able to unlock it and have it there, like you said, consistently? You know, and like this is one thing to stand out too. Just some things. That's what's nice about spring training is you kind of get to talk to players, hear stories, right? And like you kind of heard from him that he was right into the film room this offseason. And it seems like he's a guy that gets it, right? He wants to be better and such. But you can also say, well, if he's that person, then that should have been done throughout his career, right? So it's not as if like, oh, he's in the film room and he's going to be a better person and better pitcher now, because if that was the case, like you said, he probably wouldn't be so inconsistent. But, you know, it's good hearing that. And again, I don't know how much I believe in the Pirates' effectiveness, changing pitchers and making them better and such. That's still to be desired, and I think it's still a question mark to find out with. But like you said, like, there is stuff there with Perez. It's not as if he's just a bad pitcher. This is a very, very low ceiling type of guy. There is some stuff there. If they can unlock it, and make this to like a Jose Quintana type of success story. Like I think there's that type of potential with Martin Perez. It's just that there's been one Jose Quintana, so I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to stamp that they can do that for him. But that would be huge.
Yeah, I think if that a lot rides on either, like if they're able to get Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez, just one of them. If one of them can kind of reach their potential and kind of like go back to being the guy who they were when they looked good, that could mean a whole lot for this team. Like if all of a sudden Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez becomes a 3-WAR pitcher for this team, like that changes a whole lot. Now the question is, will that happen? Right? Like we've seen it happen from those guys before, but is it going to happen for the Pirates in 2023? I don't know. But if one of those two can like really tap into their strengths and put together a good season, it could really help this team.
Yeah, absolutely. But the sad part is that's also just a start. There's still so much more.
It still just gives you two decent pitchers.
Right. Because what you're asking is, hey, if the guy they've penciled in to be the number 2 starter
yeah, if the number 2 starter
be
like
a effective starting pitcher as a floor.
Yeah. I mean, that's
and you still need 3, 4, 5, the depth pieces. Yeah. And again, that's why we talk about this team, that the limits are the pitching staff.
Yep.
So a lot of question marks, a lot of things need to go right. And Martin Perez is definitely one of the top on that list. He was signed. I guess he was outside of Chapman, right? He's the biggest signing the Pirates had this offseason as far as starting pitching goes. So like a lot are on his shoulders to be a good pitcher.
A lot on the shoulders, I think, of the guy pitching today too.
Yep.
Paul Skeens.
Well, I was going to say which
he's
one.
not going to start. He's not going to start in Pittsburgh, but look, if he's able to show that he's ready, you bring him up mid-season at some point, and yeah, he could be a big help as well. So Paul Skeens starting today, his second spring appearance down in Port Charlotte against Tampa. That game is televised as well, so it's going to be on whatever the Rays TV channel is. The Rays are broadcasting that game.
That's exciting stuff.
Yep.
I can't wait. We'll have actual StatCast numbers better than our video to see him from the stands. I'm excited for Paul Skeens. I said it on Twitter after we had that one Starbucks. I said there's not too much that I'm like super excited about or like a single player, and it's officially Paul Skeens. And now, especially seeing that outing, it is absolutely Paul Skeens. So give me all the Paul Skeens you have. Hopefully before June too.
There you
Probably
go.
not. So yeah. So tune in today. Watch Paul Skeens.
Yep. That's all I got though. Unless you have anything else you want to bring up.
Not really. No. I just wanted to touch a little bit on Martin Perez for sure because that was a really good solid outing by him that you want to see. So and he went 3 innings. I want to just credit that too. He also went 3 innings. That was kind of surprising.
Doug on the postgame show, first ever NS9 postgame show of 2024. By the way, yesterday, check it out if you haven't. He used the word encouraging a lot. It was definitely something to be encouraged about. And if you're at this point of the season, you can't really take a whole lot out of things. You would just rather be encouraged than discouraged, right? So
right,
yeah,
absolutely. So I'm encouraged, not intrigued yet. Let's get out of here then. As always, really appreciate you all for watching. We'll be back throughout this week, of course, another NS9 Live and such. And I think just to put out there, because post-show games are back, in parentheses, our next one is next Saturday. Is that what it is? Sunday.
Next Sunday we'll be back with another post-game show. Yeah, so I mean it's spring training for the players, it's spring training for the NS9 crew too. We gotta get ready to go. We got a grueling 162 game post game schedule that we gotta get ready for. So
162 plus.
162 plus, hopefully.
There it is. Because of spring training.
So next Sunday we'll have another post game show. NS9tv, if you haven't tuned in, awesome. Just something to put in the background. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day, you can just go to our YouTube page and you can watch Pirate stuff for 6 straight hours if your heart desires. So
Yeah, all you nutsos, go and check that out. 6 straight hours of us and Pirates.
I'll say this:
But,
it's perfect. It's perfect, like background to your work day type thing. Just put it on. You don't have to pay attention to the whole thing, but hey, you got Pirate stuff in the background for 6 hours.
Yep, we try to make it a good mix. Some current stuff, some old stuff. That could be relevant today. Obviously, like we're not just going to have like a post game from 2022 on, but
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, so check it out. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So with that said, I guess we'll get out of here.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you all.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Major League Baseball this year are unveiling some new jerseys. They're new partners at Fanatics. These are made by Nike, and they are receiving quite a bit of criticism. You know those jerseys that you buy like off those shady internet websites from China that you know are just not good? They're $17 a piece. That's what these new jerseys look like. I feel like the value of those knockoff jerseys, you know, Born Trade, DH Gate, Temu, you know, those types of things, those jerseys, the value through the roof because these things just suck. Who's paying $170 for these things when you can get the exact same thing knockoff for $17? Unbelievable. Fix it, MLB.
What position does you profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays special catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot.
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Bradenton Jr.
For Vanderbilt, our number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September call. Which was that good?
I'm still hanging.
What do you do with
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you Oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit that.
There's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the score.
And he got that two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country.
Oh yeah, he could easily pick one.
When you digitalize, you know, have to translate to it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
So they clear up. Everybody had a lot of videos out there. Call me up and say, hey, no video was available 10 years ago.
That's so metal.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Bruckey was Illinois.
Ryan Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio?
Illinois.
What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's what they'll do. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? What street? Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself.
We got a couple barns. I got a batting cage.
Okay. Who's he play for?
He plays for Prime.
Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here. They're all
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. Well, tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school? Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal.
Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowman's still the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Bauman.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy. He was in
Oh. Really? Yeah. Well with that. Good for him. And not with the Orioles. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell.
He's played in the majors a little bit. Probably headed to.
What a beautiful jersey.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you're an Asian club and you got the
It does have his name.
so he must be like a
Who?
He's a man of love.
Yeah.
Doing that media fans. They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go. Finally got the box. All right.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
Oh, for the work. Okay, yeah. I thought you guys. So we
That would be tough.
Earl Robinson's short.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are late.
Okay. Second base is like that's good.
Yo, welcome to NS9 Live. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Jim. We got Tyler. Happy Thursday night, everyone.
What's going on? Last time we did one of these, we were poolside in Bradenton.
Yes.
And
Jim
now
wanted
it's
to strangle me.
I don't think he said strangle. I think he just
I
said
don't think
kill.
I said that either. I think I said, actually, I think I did use the word strangle.
You might have.
Yeah.
But hey, we all got a good tan going on. Like it's 45 degrees where Jim and I are probably, but we're back to real life, fellas.
52.
52?
75.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to real life.
Yep.
I'm just noticing, like, you guys are just so mundane. If I don't speak, you're just like, hi.
Well, you are the host of the show. So
I know I got to do a lot of work.
We're
Jim's
the
ready to
talent.
strangle
We're
me
the
again.
So like,
Well, Jim, I'm joining you.
We're
Can
just here. Yeah, we're here just reacting to you. So, yeah.
Well, I'm
This is
glad
on us.
we're all back together. Not actually physically together, though, unfortunately, this time. But it's another NS9 Live. It's we're like 2 weeks into spring training now. So there's a lot to I feel like there's a lot to talk about tonight. even though it's spring training is so early, I think there's enough data for us to, unlike last week, it was like the very first week, right? Like I feel like this week there's a little more data. There's enough to talk to gauge some interest, and there's a lot of battles and stuff going on. The Pirates signed another pitcher, so there's kind of a lot to talk about tonight. Where do you guys want to start?
Not with the pitcher they signed.
I mean, I guess we could hit on it real quick, right? I mean, we don't want to spend too much time on it, but yeah,
a lot of guys hit on it last year, so we might as well do as well.
Ken Rosenthal today says the Pirates minor league deal with Eric Lauer. And again, it's a minor league deal. There's no reason to get upset over it. Was Eric Lauer absolutely terrible last year? Yeah. But he's also just like that 1 year removed from being a pretty decent pitcher in the major league. So it's if you're looking at minor league deals, like there's no reason to complain about this one. I'm good with it. But it's kind of just like every other thing this team has done this offseason, where in a vacuum, the move's just fine, but it's still just another thing that they're doing that's not really going to move the needle at all.
No, it doesn't move the needle. Like you said, though, Jim, he is a year removed from being a pretty serviceable major league pitcher. Last year, the velocity dropped pretty heavily. So I guess it's another one of those cases where we watch out for the velocity. If he does perform in the minor leagues, then, I mean, maybe it's something there, but not counting on it and not upset about it. It's just kind of a thing.
Right. Can I mention something about the velocity, though? Like I know that's a concern. Like obviously in 2022, he was hitting like 93.3. Year before that, 92.5. But like for most of his career, he was sitting about 92. And last year was at 91.2. So like I just want to preface it because yes, he lost a lot of velocity from like year over year, from last year to this year. Well, from 2 years ago to last year. But it wasn't like that was the guy that he was for his entire career either. Like there was like a spike in his velocity more or less in that year. So I just want to kind of put that out there. He was kind of pitching more to his velocity norms last year than the year before.
It's still like a full tick down.
It was. I mean, it's like 2 ticks down from last year.
I know,
but
from
it was
normal.
Like a half tick down last year.
It's also
compared
the
to
lowest it has ever been. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a minor league signing. He's 1 year removed from being a pretty good pitcher. It's hard to complain about it. My guess is, I mean, it's depth, right? Like if somebody wants to tell me Eric Lauer is better than Bailey Falter, like I'm not going to really argue that hard with them. So like there's not really a reason to be upset about this move in any way.
It is nice to get a guy that we're not looking back 5 years ago and saying, well, he was good back in 2018. At least like he was good relatively recently.
That's fair.
Right. But I think we've spent enough time talking about Eric Lauer, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's fair enough. I was just going to add here too. I mean, it's more or less like, yeah, I have no issues with the move. He's been actually a fine pitcher for most of his career. Come with San Diego and then Milwaukee. So like, it's whatever. It's funny because like there's a ton of depth on this team. Again, it's not much quality depth, but like there's a ton of depth. So he just kind of adds to it. Whatever. All right. So since we're done with that,
the more important news is the Penguins traded Jake Gensel tonight.
Did that go through? Did he go to Carolina?
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Well, I just saw that it was close. So,
but you know what that means? That means instead of Jake Shakes, we need to do Jack Shakes. Do Jack Swinski homers. 2024 All-Star, Jack Swinski.
I'm fine with that. Because
also we need a Milkshake Factory kind of, been off the hook here. They're offering half price milkshakes like throughout the winter. They need a summer half off shake. That's what they need.
I think that adds to it. What I was going to say is like, I think you could probably guess O'Neal Cruz has the potential to hit the most home runs on the team, but Jack Swinski could definitely second most. So we can argue all day long, like how good of a player he is, the batting average, all in that, but he's going to hit bombs. So I'm good with the Jack Sawinski Milkshake Factory deal.
Yeah.
And it's
Sure.
it's at home. The home away splits a couple years ago. Maybe they're back.
I don't know what the Milkshake Factory is.
Well, it's kind of if you put the two words together, Milkshake Factory.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Jim.
It makes
really
you think it's the place. It makes you think it's a place that has milkshakes. They specialize in those sort of things. It's like going to the pants store, right, to buy your pants. You go to the Milkshake Factory for your milkshakes.
The
now
jerk
lids,
store called.
Now it
Learning
really
How to
does
Use
make
Jim.
sense. It makes sense why they call it lids.
Good job. We're off to
I
a
hate you
great
guys
start.
so much.
Anyway,
I like this one, O'Neill's Oreo shake. I could go for an O'Neill's Oreo shake too.
I mean, sure. Why are we talking about milkshakes?
Because we're talking about penguins, apparently.
But because DiNardo's the host here, and he hasn't brought us anything relevant to talk about yet. So
we talked about Eric Lauer.
So I had to step up.
All right. Well, let's get into some spring training stuff here. I think honestly, like the biggest news, and it shouldn't be big, but I feel like the biggest news is the fact that, as Alex Stump put out there on Twitter the other day, Jared Jones is technically battling for a roster spot in this rotation. Now, I say that because not for the fact that he's not pitching well, because he is. I mean, he was hitting 100 plus on the radar gun his last start, but he's a rookie. He's a prospect. Put it that way. Not even just a rookie. He's a prospect. He's never seen MLB. And Pirates opening day, top 100. Jared Jones? Is this like real, or is this, we're just talking out our left side of our mouth today?
Tyler, you want that one?
I guess I'll
go. It always goes to Tyler. We're talking about a pitcher.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to talk about pitching. Let's throw it to Tyler. I actually, if we remember back, I said that I'd be interested in seeing him in the opening day rotation just based upon what they have at this point. I'm not for or against him being in the rotation at this point. I got to see how this shakes out. You got to see more from him in spring training. Jim always mentions the efficiency's not there with him, and it's something he does have to improve, especially in order to be a major league pitcher. I think he averaged 4.85 innings in the minors last year per outing, which is just not good enough. I think where I'm at with him right now is if it's between Jared Jones and Bailey Falter, I'm all aboard. Just do it with Jared Jones. I don't need to see Bailey Falter pitch at all in this rotation. If we're between maybe a Luis Ortiz and a Jared Jones, I think upside-wise, they're pretty similar. So I might lean more Ortiz there. But Jones is also in an interesting situation where, being that top 100 prospect, there is some upside there for the Pirates to start him on opening day with the team. It's probably a very long shot that they would get anything out of it, but there is something to be had with that. So I guess it depends on who are your options there for that spot in the rotation. Because to me, if it's Ortiz and Jones, I might lean more Ortiz. If it's Falter Jones, I'm going Jones.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, I do not want Bailey Falter in this rotation. When we talked about Lauer a little bit before, I think Eric Lauer is a better pitcher than Bailey Falter. So if we're talking about Lauer signing a minor league deal, not starting on the team, I don't see a reason why Bailey Falter should be on this team. Maybe you throw him in the bullpen just because he has no options, and like you want to see if you can maybe get something out of him. Like I could be okay with that, I think. But I'm not putting Bailey Falter in this rotation. So right now you're looking at those two final spots basically coming down to Contreras, Ortiz, and I think Jones is in that mix. I like the upside of Jones. Watching him the other day, hit 101.1 or 2 on the gun. So he's above 101 even by Tyler's standards. I mean, and that's impressive. You don't see too many starting pitchers do that. You did bring up a big concern there. Like, is he actually a starting pitcher? Right? Last year, I just did the quick math. He averaged under 5 innings per game in the minors.
4.85.
4.85. Yeah.
It's like
So I just wanted to do the math real quick. So yeah, like, can you really trust this guy to be a major league starter? I don't know. I've got my concerns on that. But if the option is Jones or Falter, I'm probably going to go Jones. Contreras, obviously I want to see more of him. But I think it's like, in my mind, it's you got to pick 2 out of those 3 guys: Contreras, Jones, and Ortiz. Those are my 3 guys to fill those 2 spots. And with the way this bullpen is, like, you've got some length in the bullpen too. And what I mean by that is you've got guys who can pitch multiple innings. So you don't need that 5th starter necessarily to go out there and be like an innings eater. If that 5th starter is someone who you can rely on to get 4 or 5 good innings from every time out, like, I'll take that. So I don't necessarily know if you need like that prototypical workhorse there, but I mean, it's impossible to not be just like really, really excited about Jared Jones's stuff. It looks really good right now. And I know it's spring training, so results don't really matter, but the stuff itself is legit. Like, it's really good. And there's a reason to be excited about him. The draft pick thing you brought up, I don't really think you're making any sort of opening day moves because of a potential draft pick that you could win. I think it's just kind of like a bonus that, it's a cherry on top. If Jared Jones is one of your 5 best starting pitchers, then Jared Jones should be in the rotation. If he's not, then he shouldn't be. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And I think right now there's a legit competition between those 3 guys: Ortiz, Jones, Contreras. Falter's pitching his way out of it right now.
Those are all really good points. I just want to go back to the inning stuff. I agree. I want to put it there. I agree. He has to prove more that he can last long into the game to prove like he's a good starter. But I kind of recall us talking about Jared Jones much early into the season, where it seemed as if like it was almost intentional, right? Generally, we talked how many times like it was like he was at like 73 pitches and they pulled him like in the 4th inning. So it almost seemed like, I don't want to fault him too much because it seemed like there was a lot of it maybe by design, at least early on in the season in that. But you're absolutely correct too. Like, he also hasn't proven that he's a guy who can go out there for 7 innings. He tends to throw a lot more balls than you want to see, right? He doesn't just like flood the strike zone. So make a valid point there. And I guess where I'm at too is I want an innings eater or a guy who's going to go out 4 and be like lights out, and because I feel like with this team, outside of Mitch Keller, like, is there anyone that you truly trust to give you like 150 plus? Not really. Right. So that's why, like, I would have liked the Kyle Gibson type on this team, because he would have like helped out this rotation, helped out the bullpen. But there is some depth. And again, because they added Chapman, there is some depth. Now that might change with Moretta's injury, but someone can come in and fill that spot, right? Like, there is still some good quality depth. There's a lot of arms. They can play the game where they're putting people up in the minors and majors and such. So, like, with that said and knowing that, if Jared Jones give you like 4 1/3, 4 2/3, 5 occasionally innings of just like really, really good starts, then yes, I will take that. Absolutely. Knowing that he can maybe only go 5, 6 max. The thing about the draft pick though, go out there and get it. I think, like you said, like, Bailey Falter is not showing anything right now. I don't trust Bailey Falter to begin with. Jared Jones, and again, it's early, we know that with numbers and such, but like, yes, like, he looks like the more productive pitcher. He looks like the better pitcher, just plain and simple. If he's one of your best 5, like, this is what we talk about, have the balls, like, go out there and do it. This is a very valid point Bridget Bucktober puts out here about like the rookies that are in the NL that will be fighting for the top 3 positions and such. And okay. So you're going to play scared, or you're going to go try? Because the worst comes to worst, like, if he doesn't produce and he's not playing well, and you just send him back down. It's that simple. Get a new guy up here. But like you said, Jim, if you're looking at like one of the top 5 guys, go out there and do it. And then say, here, kid, prove to me, prove to the world, get yourself some extra money. Get us a draft pick. I love it. I love it. Finally, that there's an opportunity that there might be someone that they're doing this with. Granted, it is Jared Jones. It's not like an upper echelon. It's not like the O'Neal Cruz, the Paul Skeens, and like the NDs that we've had in the past. But like Jared Jones, you see what he's got. Like you said, Jim, 101.2. That's exciting. Show me what you got, kid. Prove it to me. I'll give you the opportunity.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to earn it here throughout spring training. He needs to be a little bit better results-wise as well, because he's still not getting the swings and misses with the stuff he has. He should be missing a lot more bats at this point. But if you really look at Jared Jones here, he's almost the perfect replacement for Oviedo. They do a lot of things pretty similarly, where they're not super efficient, but when they're lights out, they can probably be pretty lights out. If we're looking for more of an innings eater at that point, unfortunately, your only option is probably Quinn Priester. He will eat innings, but they will be not very quality innings. But if you're looking for an innings eater, that's really the one option you have. At this point, as you both have said, it comes down to who's the best arm out of this group. And that's who you have to go with.
Yeah, I will push back a little bit on the swing and miss thing. Looking at his start on Tuesday that he had against the Blue Jays. I guess you could say he didn't get the whiffs, right? There was a one whiff on 15 fastballs, but no one put one in play either. There were a lot of called strikes. There were some foul balls, but like no one put his fastball in play. And he threw 15 of them. So you're throwing 15 fastballs and no one can get it put in play. Then I'm not as concerned with the whiff percentage, because people just weren't hitting it. Like I said, 4 called strikes, the whiff, it was being extremely effective. This cutter that Baseball Savant has him throwing, I mean, I'm assuming that's just kind of like his slider cutter. They're kind of, depending on what they're calling it, but it's not getting hard. It's not getting hit hard. The curveball's not getting hit hard. He's looked really, really impressive. And like Donardo, you bring up, yeah, you might as well go for it. Like and that's what I mean. Like if you think Jared Jones is one of your top 5 guys, put him in that rotation. If he shows you that he's not, then you can always send him back down. Like it's that easy. Like you're not going to ruin his career if in May 10th, he's got a 5.5 ERA, and you're like, you know what, you've got some things you need to work on. Go down to AAA, right?
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like I'm in win now mode, and if Jared Jones is the guy to win now, then Jared Jones is the guy to win now. Plain and simple. I'm not worrying about service time or anything like that with Jared Jones.
Amen. So are we, I want to say nervous, probably the best word. Are we nervous about Quinn Priester?
I don't know if nervous is the word. I'm like, are
we over?
I'm out on him right now. Like, I'm not saying he couldn't figure it out, but like, I don't think you can, with what we've seen from Quinn Priester last year and what we've seen so far this spring, I don't really have much interest in him starting in the rotation right now.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does in AAA. But for the most part, he's pretty close to being written off in my book.
Okay. And I guess that's why I do say nervous, because I'm not ready to write him off. I think it's still kind of premature to just write him off. But I guess if you're the Eric Longenhagen school of thought, you just write him off because the things that he struggles on, I guess you kind of look and say like it's not really there. But yeah, like, to me, I guess I'm not ready to, but I think he's much closer to being a non-major league pitcher than he is being one. And so that's what makes this all the more interesting, because, we talked about the Rowansies, the Ortiz, and the Quinn Priesters, and now Jared Jones is sneaking up on there because the Quinn Priesters is still just not looking like that dude. And Rowan Z and Ortiz are looking optimistic. I'll put it that way. But yeah, Jared Jones has now put himself in that conversation legitimately.
And I don't think that Priesters look bad this spring at all. I think he's done exactly what I'd hoped he would do. He's getting the soft contact. It's just that the velocity's not there, and he just still isn't missing bats. He's not getting Ks. He's not walking people, which is a positive, but it's just it's missing. There's going to be too much hard contact against him. Too many balls in play.
I think you're right. Like I don't have any like issues with what he's done so far. It's been 4 innings of work. I think he's looked just fine, but I don't think he's done anything to show me like he's a different guy this year than he was last year. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. And if you're looking at the people who are competing for that spot, I'm probably the highest on Ortiz at this moment in time. Like I think he's probably got the best shot at landing one of those rotation spots. I think Priester's on the outside looking in. I'm not ready to give up on him though, because I think the things that are his problem, right, which is basically his fastball shape. I think those are things that can be fixed. It's just a matter of figuring out how to fix it.
True.
But
right. Okay. Well, so that's interesting. So I guess, are we done with Jared Jones? I'm going to move on to like another battle that's kind of heating up.
Sounds good to me.
How about right now? Who are your two? Who are those 4 or 5 starters right now in your mind?
Well, we know Keller.
4 or
we know
5.
Perez.
We know the top 3.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
4
or 5. Who are they? Right now, on March 7th, there's still 3 more weeks.
Mine, or who do I project?
Yours.
Why does he make it difficult?
I'm going to go Rowan Z and Jared Jones.
Okay, I was saying you can't say Skeens. How about that? Yeah. Okay. All right. So you're leaving out today. You're leaving out the one I'm most confident in.
Luis Ortiz. That's fine. I'm kind of encouraged about Rowan Z right now. And I like what I see out of Jared Jones right now. Okay. But to me, they're all like kind of right here anyways. I guess it's just preference.
Yeah. Tyler?
So what I would actually like to see is probably Jones and Ortiz, but I probably lean more Rowanzi and Ortiz because of the options issue with Rowanzi, and I want to give him one more opportunity in the major leagues as a starting pitcher before I completely move on from him or move him to the pen. So I think I probably go that route. But if options aren't an issue, which they are, I'm going Jones and Ortiz, I think.
That's fair. I mean, to me, Rowanzi's on this club because he has to be.
Right, but it's about whether he's in the rotation or not at that point.
Right, and I get that, and like,
I'm not ready to move him to the pen.
That's where I'm at. I'm not ready to make that move as of yet. Not so far from what I've seen from him, but like he could be the Dowry Moretta replacement. Like that could be how you do that, right? You have Ortiz and Jared Jones in there, and you put Rowanzi in the bullpen. I'm just not ready to go there yet either. I'd rather much have Luis Ortiz optioned or Jared Jones optioned, and have Rowanzi in the rotation to start.
To me, we're beyond optioning Ortiz. He's got to be in the major league. He's too old to go down to AAA again.
Okay, that's fair. He can also be the Moretta replacement.
Fair enough.
Or Jared Jones is 2 or 3 extra innings that he needs to complete his start.
And Jim?
The season ends right now. It's Ortiz and Jones for me. Contreras is in the bullpen.
I think that's perfect.
3 weeks to fight it out.
Yeah, I mean, my mind could change tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, your mind's already made up.
Someone get hurt tomorrow, and then all that changes as well. So,
to me, as long as it's 2 of those 3, and Bailey Falter is not one of them, I'm okay.
I don't know how Bailey Falter. I mean, as of right now, like Bailey Falters look terrible.
because this team loves to make sure they have as many guys available as possible, and options will come into play.
I'm cool with Falter starting in the rotation and in the bullpen. I mean, as of now.
Yeah, maybe one of the other 29 clubs. He can start in their bullpen. I don't want him here.
Yeah. I'm okay with.
Let me throw this right back at you, Jim. Why?
Yeah,
because
why?
I think he'd be one of the best 8 relievers on the team.
Like, truly?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's 8 slots. I think he'd be number like 8.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not saying I think he'll be there. For some reason, the Pirates really like him. And I think they'll find a way. Like, again, options will come into place. So they're going to have him on this team in some capacity, most likely. But again, like, Charrington has also moved on some players that we thought that would be in this situation. It's just, again, like, I don't think he's had the love for Falter as it seems like he does, or he's had the love for those players as it seems like he does for Falter. But I'm perfectly comfortable going another direction than Bailey Falter on this club in any capacity.
I guess my thing,
I think
last year Bailey Falter was very successful out of the bullpen last year.
But that was like, wasn't that more
So Andre Jackson
with an opener?
He's in Japan.
No, but I mean, he was like, he as a non-starter, he was very good.
But that
1.02 ERA out of the bullpen last year. I'm not saying he's going to put up a 1.02 ERA, but I mean, you look at the other stuff too. Like, he was a better pitcher out of the bullpen than he was a reliever. I think he could be a useful guy as like that long reliever. If you need someone to, and we're talking about how like a lot of these pitchers can't go deep into games, right? Let's say if Jared Jones gives you 4 strong innings, and all of a sudden you bring in Bailey Falter, it's a completely different look too. Where like, you know, you just saw Jared Jones throw 100 miles an hour for 4 innings from the right side, and now all of a sudden you see Bailey Falter come in from the left side, throwing 91, 92, right? With just junk, with long extension. Like, I think there's a path for Bailey Falter to be put in good situations on this team.
Basically what Jim said there was that you go from one good pitcher to a bad pitcher, and it's a different look.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. It's not what I said.
That's how I took it.
It's the art of pitching. Like, the art of pitching,
is.
keeping people off balance. Bailey Falter, I think, could serve a role on this team of just giving people a completely different look from what they saw out of your starter. Whether that starter is Ortiz, whether that starter is Jones. Like, Bailey Falter comes in, he's a completely different guy that throws the hitter's timing off. And you don't have to pitch him for 3-4 innings. You do it for 1 or 2, and now you're into the part of your bullpen you want to get to.
I'll say that's
what
fair.
I just think there's a role for him. Yeah.
I think that's fair. That's 100% fair. But I guess like Rowanzy or Ortiz could do that also. Minus the velocity
Not
difference. Like,
necessarily.
I get that. But like, if your issue is Jones is going to go deep, you want someone who's going to have some longevity, like Rowanzy and Ortiz could do that. And yes, I know they don't throw 90, 91
already.
That's the problem. I get that.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I don't know. I think it's going to happen.
I mean, I'd be okay with Falter in the bullpen as a long guy that kind of just eats innings for you there, because you do have to have a guy like that to do that. And he has had some success just results wise at the major league level in his career. It's been a limited sample, but his ERA is not terrible as a major league pitcher. He does kind of profile as that long reliever, like Jemar Gomez type of dude. So, yeah, I mean, if you need a guy to eat some innings, I'm okay, because there are a lot of guys in the bullpen right now that are 1-inning guys. So you do need someone that's going to have a little length to him.
And he's had success out of the bullpen. He's had success out of the bullpen his whole career.
I don't consider
where he-
coming in as after
where
an
he-
opener out of the bullpen.
Okay. Well, he had success doing that then. Like,
He did.
the dude's had success at the major league level when you put him in situations that he's most likely to succeed in. So find a way to do it.
All right.
I think we're all in agreement that as long as he's not in the rotation on opening day, whatever
None of us want
happens,
him in the
we're
none of us
good.
want him in the rotation. Yeah.
That's a perfectly fine argument.
And
The
actually,
rotation,
Bucko-
no, but like if he's your 8th guy in the bullpen, there's worse things to complain about.
And
I
Bucko
just
Mike actually brings up in the chat Fleming as a long reliever option as well. Like if I'm given the option of
Actually,
Fleming and Bailey Falter, I'm taking Falter.
over
I don't
Fleming?
want to- Yeah.
Probably. I
Yeah.
probably am too. Also, I mean, Fleming's a minor league deal. Like,
He can play the options game.
and again, like if we're going just by results, Bailey Falter has better numbers out of the bullpen for his career than Josh Fleming. Like, plain and simple.
Okie dokie.
Actually, they're about the same.
We're arguing over a long
Yeah,
reliever at this
That's
point.
true. They're interchangeable. Let's be honest.
They really are.
We
It's the
couldn't
8th
talk
guy
about
in the bullpen.
Eric Lauer for more than 2 minutes, and we spent 20 on
Yeah.
Bailey Falter.
Let's move on.
This is why
Thank
you
you.
tune in, baby.
All right. So the other position that I was talking about that there seems to be a battle on is the second base position, which heading in here, you had Triolo, you had Leover Peguero, you had Nick Gonzalez, and then G1 Bay. That's pretty much like the 4 guys battling it out who all had time last year at this position. And like a lot of uncertainty, I mean, there's certainly some hype on some prospects, something you want to go in there. I think it was clear Jared Triolo played the best out of all of them last year. Kind of limited, but he had a really, really strong ending of this season. But he's the babe of God. Not a lot of people believe in him. The babe of God, right? And he's doing it again this year. How can it happen? Having a strong spring. Peguero, I think, is the guy that you want to see. I think we kind of believe in his talents, right? He has that power, speed combo. He's also having a good spring. Even like Nick Gonzalez. Now he doesn't walk at all, but again, it's like 19 at bats or plate appearances he had, but he's hitting the ball pretty hard, 3 doubles, solid enough spring. And then there is G1 Bay. It's whatever. There's one guy that's not. It's probably G1 Bay, but there's a battle going on for second base, and so far it's been a pretty productive battle. What do you guys think?
Jim, you made me go first.
Yeah. Gosh, I love Jared Triolo in that just like super utility role. Like, I'm not saying like he needs to be a bench guy, but like Jared Triolo probably needs to be starting 4 times a week, but like bounce him around, use him to get off days for people, things like that. So right now I'm still leaning like Leover Peguero as like your main second baseman, but Triolo is getting a lot of playing time. And I'm not comparing Jared Triolo to like Josh Harrison, but like remember like Josh Harrison's heyday, right? Like he played almost every day. He just didn't really have a position really to call his own. So that's where I think Triolo would thrive in. Like, play him 1 day a week at first base, play him 1 day a week at second, play him 1 day a week at short. Like, he's shown he can play some shortstop too. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then, give Brian Hayes a day off at third base every now and then. So like move him around the diamond, and that he's going to play competent defense. He's going to give you somewhat decent major league at bats. And you're going to be able to get the guy 350 to 400 plate appearances just by doing that. But you'll also still be able to get in, everyone else. So I think that's where I'm at right now with second base. I think Nick Gonzalez is still on the outside looking in. I think a lot has to happen for him to make this team out of spring training. G1 Bay, I think, still has a decent shot of making the team, but more as like that 4th outfielder. But yeah, right now, second base battle, I'm going Peguero as your main guy, but Triolo's getting a good amount of time there.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this because previously I've said that I want Leo Peguero to be the guy, and I in agreement with Jim that I wanted to see Triolo be one of those guys that bounces around and you get to see the defense on full display at multiple positions. But I find myself questioning whether I just fall in love with the upside of Peguero. And I'm ignoring the fact that Triolo could probably be like a 2 to 3 win player as an everyday second baseman by just playing great to elite defense, which I think, at least I assume that he would do. And I know it's the BABIP gods really just shining down on him. But his minor league track record shows he finds a way to hit. If he plays defense at the level that I think we all see he can at second base, we're talking about a 2 to 3 win player, and it's not flashy. But is that better than the potential upside of a Peguero, who maybe we're just hoping for a 2 to 3 win player? Like, is Triolo already what we hope Peguero could be, just value-wise? So I might be leaning more Triolo at this point and just let him get the run every day. And I do worry that he will get overexposed at the plate, kind of like we saw Connor Joe do last year, where at some point you just play him so much that it's kind of like a diminishing returns type of deal with him. But that defense is so good. And the other part of it is that I want to surround O'Neal Cruz with guys beside him that are really good defensively. And when you have Ke'Bryan Hayes on one side and you have Triolo on the other, you can hide O'Neal Cruz at shortstop a little bit better, I think. The first base situation still needs to be figured out defensively, but I think having those two guys there will benefit O'Neal Cruz at shortstop, and maybe you can get away a little longer with him there than you could if it's a guy that's a little more shaky.
I think that last point's fair. However, are we maybe taking away more from Peguero's glove than we should? Like, I know the arm was the issue with him more or less defensively, but I think he's kind of proven he's got a glove. And it's not as if like you're putting like a bad defender next to O'Neal Cruz on his left side, at second base with Peguero there. So like, I get your point. I mean, if you have Ke'Bryan Hayes and Jared Triolo on each side of you, I don't think there's a better second and third base defensively in baseball, like for O'Neal Cruz, looking in that sense. Like, he's got the best guys defensively, right? But I kind of like Peguero's glove, and he's flashed it a little bit this spring. And I guess that's where I'm at too, is I think what's happening right now in spring is the most ideal situation the Pirates could be in, because I want Jared Triolo to be that utility guy. And I get what you're saying, Tyler. And I think he probably could be like a 2. It's the same argument that you have with Ke'Bryan. Just the glove alone, he's a 3-WAR player. And I think with Jared Triolo, like just his glove alone, he's probably a 2-WAR player at second base also. But if you're able to replace shortstop one day a week, which you probably want to manage O'Neal a little bit this year, right? With the Jared Triolo outside of an Alika Williams.
Or you move Peguero to short and Triolo play second. Like, that's also a possibility.
I think I would rather have Triolo at short.
So I think at that point, I would just move Triolo to short and then play Peguero at second on those days that you want to give O'Neal Cruz a day off. And then I think you can still bounce Triolo around a little bit too, while giving Peguero his at-bats.
Okay,
but it's
so you
just
kind of
the
want to
primary second base spot is going to be Triolo. And then on days off, you can move him around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm more in line with Jim. I would much rather him have 4 starts a week. Second base, shortstop, even third, first. It doesn't look like it's happening. I would love for him eventually to get into the outfield here and there. It's not going to happen, but whatever. Just add more value. Like you're saying with Jay Hay. And again, like, we're not comparing talent-wise. It's just the value-wise, what they do with Triolo. I would love him to have that Jay Hay role. He's playing all over the place because his defense is so good. But I guess what I'm getting at is, like, this is the most ideal because Peguero is performing. If he wasn't, then it's Jared Triolo's right now locking up second. And now you're wondering, but because Peguero so far, still early, but so far is showing why he was a better prospect, right? And the talent that we've talked about him for some years is so far showing that he's producing right now. And I think if Triolo and Peguero are producing neck and neck, I would much rather have Peguero as my starting second and Triolo the guy that's going all over. And first base also. I wouldn't mind him playing first base, second, third, short.
Yeah, I think an encouraging thing about Peguero too so far. You saw him struggle, making contact last year, coming up. And again, it's spring training, but he hasn't struck out yet this spring. And it's only 16 plate appearances, but when you have a 31.5 strikeout rate last year in the majors, and now you've played 7 spring training games and you haven't struck out yet, that's encouraging to see. So yeah, you're seeing everything that you want to see out of Peguero. You're seeing everything you want to see out of Triolo. I agree. This is a good position to be in. It's better to have this be a tough conversation, I think, right now, than it to be an easy one. Because if it were an easy one, it means that there's really only one choice, and they have 2 choices. And again, I think the upside of Peguero and is definitely more enticing than the upside of Triolo. Triolo's floor definitely higher than Peguero, right? Like Peguero is certainly capable of putting up like a 0-win season if he puts up a dud. Whereas if Triolo doesn't hit, the defense is still going to give you some value. But yeah, right now I would prefer Triolo kind of bounce around, but you still play him like 4 times a week. Like get the guy some at bats. He needs to be in the lineup. He's valuable to you in multiple ways. That's where I'm at with this.
At the end of the day, I think it's a battle that's going to shake out through the season. I think by the end of the year, they're both probably going to end up with close to an equal amount of at-bats. They're going to both play a lot, especially with the new age of baseball with the days off. And Triolo is a perfect guy for that, where he can bounce around. So they're both going to end up with 350, 400 at-bats this year. So really, we're probably talking about this for nothing because they're going to both end up playing a lot of second base.
Well, let me just add this. You say we're talking about this for nothing, but I think the one reason we are talking about it is, again, it's early, but neither is struggling. It would be a different conversation, again, like if Peguero or Triolo was just having an awful spring to date. Both are performing. So, like, our big concern this year was second base. What's going to happen with it? And so far, this battle has been looking pretty good.
At the very least, I will say I feel a lot better about second base this year rather than last year when it was Castro and Bay. I know you love your Castro, but
I'll say this. Oh yeah, can't hear Jim. Well, at any rate, I'll say, yeah, I like the potential of Castro. It's actually kind of similar to Peguero, like the power speed combination. I think Castro's kind of came out of nowhere, and we saw what he could do. Where Peguero's kind of had this, he's proven a little bit more throughout the minors, at least. But I'll say, like, it was just Castro. It was like the potential of Castro, like that was it. I don't think I was like a firm believer in Bay. This year, I feel like there's better depth. There's more options. But yeah, I was definitely in on Castro.
But yeah, it is similar to Peguero, where you start to fall in love with that upside they potentially have.
Talent, baby.
But with Triolo, I feel like we get into this trap where we fall in love with the potential and we just overlook what's there. And I think Triolo's already there. And it's probably silly because he's going to get 4 starts a week no matter what, I think. But I do wonder what would happen if he just got reps every day at second base. How good could he be defensively? And I do feel like he will hit at least close to a major league average level.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you look at like Zip's projections right now for Jared Triolo, they've got him at 110 games played, 470 plate appearances. He's an 83 weighted runs created plus on these projections. and he's still a 1.3 WAR player because of the defense, right? So yeah, if you can be a league average hitter, then that 1.3 ends up being 2.5, right?
Right.
And I think it just comes down to if you can get 2.5 out of Jared Triolo just bouncing him around, but then you can also get 2 out of Peguero as a starting second baseman, do that.
Also, value-wise, Trill is going to get dinged because he's going to have to play a good bit of first base. And that defensive ward just hates first baseman. And he's going to have to play a decent bit late in games.
But
that's true. Like, yeah, the games he doesn't start, or maybe late in games, yeah, you move Triolo to first, and he's your first baseman for the last 2 innings.
And again, like this is where I'm at with that. And I get your point in that sense, but like, would you rather Jared Triolo there or Rowdy Tellez? Do you rather have Jared Triolo at short or Alika Williams? You know, would you rather, like, that's the thing. Like, what doing this does is it limits the really bad players from achieving 200 plus plate appearances, right? So you have Jared Triolo taking away the Alikas and the Rowdies, or like even the Connor Jones to an extent, right? Where he's playing first baseman more than you want to see or whatnot. Like that, again, like that's kind of where I'm at with this. Peguero being at second, and like he can just focus on second base and hopefully become the better player for all the same reasons about Jared Triolo. Like the same mindset for Peguero. Sears, you got second base, it's yours. Be the best person you can be. And now Jared Triolo is running around. He might get dinged, like you're saying in that sense, but it's still a better option than Alika Williams, right? Or Rowdy Tellez late in the game, defensively at first base or whatnot. So like that's where I'm at. Jared Triolo is such a team player that he's going to sacrifice his overall WAR for the better of the team. Such a good guy. That's why the baby gods love him. He's just such a good guy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think both are going to play a big role. And you're seeing what you want to see out of both guys. And there's options
show, guys.
Well, and there are options too if one of them goes down. Like, I don't think Nick Gonzalez is. You give him a ton of playing time and it's going to go well, but who knows? Maybe Nick Gonzalez for a short spurt at some point in June or July can give you 100 decent plate appearances here and there.
There you have it. Cool. So we talked about the starting pitching battle here, the second base battle. Anything else we want to talk about as far as spring updates, or do we want to get into the breakout game?
Let's get into the breakout game.
I will say, actually, I want to say one thing with spring.
Okay.
Just because we haven't really talked to him because he hasn't gotten in really any action. But he played his first spring training game this past week. Joshua Palacios. I'm not quite sure if he is making the team at this point. I don't know if I just froze either, but
you did.
Yeah, I don't know why. My camera's been all kinds of weird. But
that Louisville internet.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But with Palacios, Kevin Gorman wrote a pretty interesting article today on Trib. If you haven't read it, check it out. But it basically just highlights how he like really, really dove into like the driveline stuff this offseason. And it's like I said, really, really good article. And Palacios seems to be extremely confident that like he knew what he was doing wrong, but he didn't really know how to fix it. And so they went to driveline and found out what it was, found out the optimal way to do it. And, you know, he's the quotes in here are kind of cool. Like Palacios is in here, you know, I went all tech, straight science. I trust in the science right now. They tell you your preferred stances, preferred angles, and what situations to put yourself in so you move the fastest. I knew what I was doing wrong, but I really wanted to see how it came about. So like really cool stuff in this article that I think if like I just want to see more of Joshua Palacios, and it was a shame that he was hurt to start off the spring. But I am interested to see if there's something different there. Because if if he can just tap into something, right? Then there could maybe be something there. So it's just a storyline to watch for. I didn't really see a whole lot of people talking about that article today, and there was just some neat stuff in there.
What I'll say about Palacios is that I'm rooting for him because he seems like a good clubhouse guy. Seems like a good guy in general. It's just that I don't believe in him. I'm sorry, Josh. I hope you prove me wrong. It's just seen this story before, man. He's just not good enough, I don't think. He's fun. The story was fun. Like I said, good clubhouse guy. It's just I don't see it with him.
I think that's fair. I mean, I would much rather have a guy who's came out of nowhere, went somewhere else, went all in with it, come back, and became a better player. And it happened with the Pirates, not as a former Pirate going somewhere else, right? Like, I would love for this story to come true. There would be nothing that would make me happier than if Josh Palacios ended up being like a 2+ WAR player for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2024. It's just that I also just don't truly believe in it. He just really hasn't been a good player, and it's not as if like he's a 23-year-old prospect coming up, right? He's kind of been around. And if you're a betting person, I'm sure you're going to bet against him. I don't want to, right? Like, I'm with Tyler as well. I love Josh Palacios, the person. I feel like I could hang out with him and have a really good time. And he can definitely hit the gritty. If you saw the Instagram, Jack Swinsky not able to hit the gritty, Jim. But Palacios is an awesome dude. I just don't know if I believe in the talent, but we haven't seen it yet. He hasn't given us the ability to talk highly about him in spring. He just came back. So I'll allow him to have a spring and get us talking maybe at the end of it. And if it did work out, fantastic. Because that just makes his team even more better, right? He'd leave you fans more optimistic about the 2024 Pirates. But again, as it is today, I just don't really believe in it. Can we just say this though?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, can he just not lead off?
Right. Seriously.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like I've got to see it, right? But it was a story that caught my eye today. Just a lot of really cool stuff in there. And hey, Henry Davis went to Driveline this offseason, and it's been going really well for him so far this spring. So hey, let's see what Palacios can do. I'm not writing the guy off. That's all.
Fair.
Yeah, I wrote him off.
Cool. I'm not ready
He
to
didn't
write
write back.
anybody off yet.
Yeah,
I wrote him off. He didn't write back.
There have been plenty of people who have figured it out at age 28. Like it happens.
There are. There really are.
Jose Bautista. If Josh Palacios could be half of Jose Bautista.
I was thinking like Justin Turner or someone like that, but sure, we'll go with Bautista and just stab ourselves in the heart a little bit more, Donardo.
But I will say this: if he turns into Jose Bautista, he has to follow everyone on Twitter, just like Jose Bautista.
Touché.
That's the rules. It's the rules.
Just not get punched in the face like him.
Yeah, I mean, I think a more like Luke Rayleigh. Like you look at somebody like Luke Rayleigh, right? Just quad A guy for years and years and years, and all of a sudden figure something out. Last year goes off at age 28. What if Josh Palacios is this year's Luke Rayleigh?
Wouldn't it be great to have a guy that just came out of nowhere? We haven't had that in so long.
Matt Joyce, probably the last guy, right? Where he just
but he had success before.
Yeah, but he had his best year, like the 1 year with the Pirates. He
I'd say it's either like Josh Harrison or Garrett Jones.
Garrett Jones was a good one. I mean, he was probably around that 26, 27, 28 too. Yeah. Yeah, like it happens. So
it does.
Yeah. It would be cool if it happened with Palacios.
And the thing is, the good franchises, they always have a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, I'm on board. Let's go, Josh Palacios.
Let's
Joshua. First, Joshua Palacios.
Yeah.
Let's go,
This
Joshua.
year's Luke Rayleigh. Let's go.
I'm rooting for him. I just don't see it.
Let me put that up there one more time. All right. So do we want to move on from spring then and into the breakout game?
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know how much like you guys want to talk into this or like what we really want to, but I mean it's a cool thing. So the Pirates and the Orioles, which they've been playing a lot of games, of course, they're like 10 miles away from each other. But the Pirates and Orioles are going to be playing this MLB spring breakout game, which features like all the, the top prospects and such. So of course, Skeens is going to be pitching. The roster's out there. Do we want to put it up? I could probably get it real quick if we want to, but regardless, it's out there. Something pretty fun and interesting. And I think we have intentions of probably doing like an NS9 game day for it, just FYI. But yeah, I don't know, guys. What do you think? How do you like this roster? First off, anything that? Oh, look at you, Jim. I assume.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
it's
me.
definitely not me.
No, I mean the pitching is like I said, the pitching talent in this organization is pretty cool. Couple things strike out to me first. Braxton Ashcraft is on here. Jared Jones is not. So that leads me to believe that Jared Jones is likely, definitely has a much better shot of being on the major league roster, right? But Hunter Barco, we haven't seen a whole lot of him. Bubba Chandler, we saw him for one inning last week.
I think just one, yeah.
Yeah. But like Chandler, Harrington, Skeens, Solometo, Ashcraft, Barco, and then David Matoma in here.
Yes.
From I mean, how old is he now? Like 17 years old. 17, 18 from Uganda, throwing like 174 miles per hour or something like that. So that'll be fun. Like actually having like footage and StatCast data of David Matoma. That will be cool.
By the way, he turned 18 on February 2nd. So freshly 18 years old.
Yeah. So
also, just real quick, thank God it's at LeCom, right?
It's at LeCom, yeah.
Thank God there is StatCast data.
Yeah. So
Right.
we'll have StatCast, we'll have everything. We'll have the whole shebang. So that'll be cool to get some data on some of these guys. But yeah, the pitching stands out the most to me. Offensively, we know where the system is offensively, right? It's Termar and everyone else. So that's kind of what this shakes out to. But yeah, the pitching, it's going to be exciting. And going up against the Orioles is cool because, you'll get to see them go up against some of the best prospects in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitching's definitely the intriguing part here. And I am interested to see a little bit more out of Jack Brannigan. We saw a lot of him while we were down there. He looked pretty good. Lonnie White Jr., a little bit interested to see him this year. I'm not a full believer in him, but I'm interested to see what he can do. Mitch Jebb, another guy that Jim loves him to death. And then De Los Santos, Blanco. Yeah. There are some names here, but it's not as interesting as the pitchers for sure.
I think it just kind of shows like the Pirates farm system right now, which is kind of different from like the Orioles. The Orioles got a lot of talent with the bats, right? And I feel like the Pirates are just most of the upper level quality prospects is in the pitching. You're seeing it here, but it's like I want to see De Los Santos. I'm interested in him. Blanco Jr. to an extent, Plaz, Mitch Jebb, Tamar. Like those interesting guys, Shylin Polanco.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like they're still so young and so far away. But like that's the next crop. Like next year, we're hopefully talking about these guys in the same way you're talking about like the Solometos and Chandlers and such. So yeah, like I'm definitely interested in them. And also, like you're saying with Lonnie White Jr., I think it's a big year for him. He's kind of been brushed along with that draft class. She was a big part of, a lot of it with injuries and such. But, if he is healthy and he can show like that talent is legit, maybe he helps back on the actual prospect list and what that does for the Pirates even. Lonnie White, like, still far away. He's lost a lot of development, but he can be a talent it's a big year for him. So here's a start to seeing that, I guess. But yeah, like there's a lot of interesting guys. But again, like for the bats, there's more to be desired, but it's because they're mostly like 18, 19, 20 years old at max. And yeah, so there's that. But like cool thing MLB is doing. I'll say that.
Yeah, they actually have like a good idea. So and the fact that it's on TV, like it's on it, you can watch it.
I know.
That's kind of cool too.
In the stadium with StatCast.
Yeah. Shout out Pitt City. What? Appreciate you. Glad you liked glad you liked everything from spring training.
I also appreciate him for saying black coffee each, because these guys do not drink black coffee. They drink some weirdo stuff.
There's not anything weird about, like, I just go Americano. Now I don't drink it black. Don't get me wrong. I got to add some stuff in there, but like I'm not getting too
Black
crazy with my coffee.
All right. Well, some of you guys get like oat milk, and God only
I do
knows
oat
what
milk.
else. Yeah, it was you, weirdo.
Give me my espresso. Get some oat milk in there. We're Gucci, baby.
Just go to the gas station, get a $2 coffee.
No, I'm not going to the gas station. Just
be an adult.
Just gasoline would be cheaper. Just put gas. Just drink from the nozzle.
I would if I could. If it would wake me up, I would.
It probably will. If I'm going to the gas station, I'll just take gas and not actual coffee.
I have a feeling that would
you know,
put me to sleep
back,
but
because like Wawa, we're down like sheets, like those are technically gas stations. So I guess those are an exception, though.
No, I'm talking about the ones that have like the coffee pot.
I know what you're talking of, and that's why I went directly where I went to. But I want to make sure I corrected myself, because technically speaking, if you go to like a Sheetz, a Wawa, like that, like that's acceptable.
You guys are
black
children.
Coffee is the cheapest. I mean, yeah, you're right,
and the most delicious.
I disagree on the delicious part, but
No,
like if I have to drink it, like I will drink it, but I would prefer it to taste better. So if the tools are there for me to make coffee taste better, I'm going to utilize those tools.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm out and about and we got a Starbucks nearby, I'm getting something real fancy.
There you go. Yeah, I was saying you were getting what were you getting this
I have
week?
no idea.
You were getting you were getting nitro cold brews.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what I got.
You're getting cold brew.
I usually get a cold brew too. Like if I'm not, when I'm at home, I make espressos, oat milk. But yeah, I was getting cold brews out there too. Those are my two go-tos. Now that we're talking about coffee, get back to the kids that don't even drink coffee. Well, actually, a lot of them probably do. Yeah. So again, really cool game. And it's kind of funny the Pirates are going to be featuring this. So there's that. Pirates and Orioles. Anything I guess you're taking away or want to see outside of, I guess, Paul Skeens just blowing everyone away?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of hit everything. NS9 game day that night will be fun. So make sure you've got the game on, you've got us on. We'll be talking about it the entire time. Should be a good time.
Yep.
Maybe get some guests lined up. Maybe.
I think the most interesting part's going to be the guys that we don't get to see, like a Paul Skeens or a Thomas Harrington, or guys in that realm. The Polancos, the De Los Santos, the Barco that you mentioned, guys like that we don't get to see every day and aren't broadcast on TV. That's going to be the interesting part.
Yeah. See, that's fair. Now, what I will say, I'm not denying it. I'm not confirming it. She may not. Livy Dunn is a guest. Nothing's been confirmed yet.
Absolutely nothing's been confirmed there. Yeah.
Nothing's also been sent, but nothing's been confirmed. It's all how you phrase it.
We cannot confirm nor deny that she will be on.
Right. No, it's
I think it's
very
safe
unlikely.
to say. I think it's safe to say we can deny that.
No, I can't deny that. I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If she sees this and wants to come on and talk about Paul Skeens while he's pitching, we'll allow that probably.
Yeah, actually, it might be more of an us thing that we just don't want her on.
I need to find a way to get in touch because I want a latte.
Ooh, White Monster. There you go.
All right. Well, I guess with that said, is there anything else that we want to dive into before we go?
No, once we start getting into the girlfriends of our number one prospects, I think it's time to
go.
Out.
Yeah. Well. All right. So let's get out of here. Before we do, tomorrow, Bucking Around with Neil Walker airs with Cody at noon. So check that out. That was live. Well, as Cody said, live, but not actually live, pre-recorded in Lecon.
Deductions.
And deductions. Yeah. And then with that said, we'll be back with some Starbucks. Actually, no, post-game show on Sunday. Post-game show on Sunday, then Starbucks on Monday. So appreciate y'all for watching. As always, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you guys.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
We got John Morant. We've got Taylor Swift. We have a tree. We've got the first half of Ole Miss, and then we got the Ohio State player saying an O. I have absolutely no idea. So this is the cover of Red. So Jared Triolo. All right, let's go. Jared Triolo. It looks like maybe like a marble rye. Ryan Barucki.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. get it started, Kerstead.
All right, what's going on, beautiful people? It is the North Shore 9 Postgame Show. I'm Tyler. With me is my guy, and it's been way too long, Dougie Fresh. What's going on, Dougie?
Hey, I've been following your exploits down there in Florida. You're back from a triumphant spring training tour. You guys were great down there. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited. I bought tickets to Pirates games today.
Which ones?
May 24th, 5th, and 26th. I'm going to get a Dave Parker bobblehead. It's funny.
5th and 6th, you will be in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. You got to come on. Let's go. That's Memorial Day weekend.
Baby.
Yeah. Let's
get
up
rock
there.
and roll. Everybody in the comments, we're going May 24th, 5th, 6th. I will be there. I will find a way to get there. My guy, Dougie Fresh, as soon as he checks his calendar to be sure.
I will make sure. I know the 25th is the bobblehead. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's 24th, 20th.
Well, at the very least, the 25th of May,
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh will be there, which means my little happy butt will also be there.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Doug, I'm an hour away. I got to get there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give people ample warning so they could either, hide, lock their grandmothers up, that sort of thing. And then
exactly.
Whew.
Hide your moms. Yeah. Tyler and Doug coming to town.
Exactly.
Here we go.
I got one of those emails the other day about cougars in my neighborhood, and I'm like, I'm 60. Like, what a cougar for me has got to be like 112. I don't know if that's the way to go.
Oh, good to know the North Shore 9 postgame shows are back. The Pirates did play. That did happen. The Pirates played the Orioles. They lost 5-2. A lot happened today. It is spring training. This is our first North Shore 9 postgame show back. Man, Martin Perez started on the mound. The Pirates lost 5-2, as mentioned. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when you'll be there.
May 24th, 25th, and 26th.
We gotcha.
We're gonna see the Braves. So
okay.
I think we get fireworks and we get a Dave Parker bobblehead, the Cobra.
All right, love that.
Enough to get me off my couch into Pittsburgh. So pretty excited.
Well, Doug, maybe if he looks anything like he did today, the guy who started on the mound will be pitching that day, and that was Martin Perez, who got his debut as a Pirate today in spring training. He looked really good, in my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinions on him because I feel like the entire time down in Florida, every time a pitcher came up, it got thrown to me, acting like I know anything about anything. I want to throw this one to Doug. Talk to me about Martin Perez. What do you like here?
Well, I mean, it's his first start of spring, and he had no rust, right? He had pinpoint accuracy. He was doing what he does. He was the crafty lefty. He's changing up his speeds and putting the ball where he wants it. And from just about everybody we've seen, Rowanzi is a perfect example. His breaking stuff doesn't look sharp yet. We're encouraged by his velocity, and that's the kind of thing where like, oh look, somebody's hitting 97, someone's hitting 95. This guy looked like he was just taking his regular return in the rotation on like June 17th. And given that he hadn't pitched yet, right, we made us a little nervous, a little uncomfortable. I thought he looked terrific. I mean, again, it's his first spring outing. It's what I said to you before the show. The only thing I can be at this point is encouraged or discouraged, and that was encouraging. I'm not ready to put him in the Cy Young race quite yet, but I would love to see a Jose Quintana-esque type season from him or Gonzalez or both. So it seems that the Pirates are actually finally figuring out that it's good to have a lot of left-handed pitching when you pitch at PNC Park. And so we may have two lefties. You got Barucki, you got Chapman. I sort of like where the pitching is at right now. Long way to go. A lot has to happen. I hate being that guy and on March 3rd who's like, oh yeah, this looks great. But yeah, Perez looked good. And again, as I said, it's just very encouraging. That's what you want to see in spring. Right. We all acknowledge spring training doesn't count. It doesn't matter. But I'd rather be, saying it doesn't count because they're doing so well, as opposed to, he gave up 10 runs, but spring training doesn't matter.
Exactly. Jim points out here that the changeup was on and he was locating it really well. Really, that's what I wanted to bring up here was you talked about the results and how we like to point out that whenever things aren't going our way, then spring training doesn't matter. And if it's a guy that maybe we aren't as enthusiastic on, spring training doesn't matter. That's a good fallback plan there. But there's nothing that really replaces the way you go about it here. And Martin Perez today located so well. Almost every batter, it felt like, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, he was ahead of almost everybody that came up to the plate. He was able to throw the changeup as a first pitch strike at a ridiculous amount of times. The changeup looked excellent. And with Martin Perez, what you're going to see here is it's going to be a cutter. It's going to be a sinker. You're going to see the changeup. Those three are going to be his main pitches. You're not going to see much breaking stuff, I don't think. But when he's able to locate it as well as he was today, that's going to make you an effective major league pitcher. And that's pretty encouraging to me, just the way he looked location-wise today, because the velocity was down, as Jim mentions in the chat, but if you're able to locate like that, it makes you really, really hard to hit. Everybody was off balance. He was able to get the swings and misses with the changeup. He looked really, 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 really sharp today.
Yes, he did. And one of the things I get excited about with him is if he's able to pitch like that. Just what a great example. We have a young pitching staff. We have a lot of young guys that we're going to count on. And if he can show them, it's like, look, you just don't have to blow people away, right? You can pitch. You can pitch. And the little interview he did, every time they mentioned playoffs, World Series, I mean, he was excited. You know what I'm saying? It's like just the enthusiasm, and you can tell the joy he had from being part of being a winning team. Hopefully he can bring that, here to Pittsburgh with him and get guys focused on, because I mean, obviously, right, we all want to win. The Pirates want to win. And it's one of those easy fallback things to say, oh, we're here to win. We're competing for a championship. But when you're in your second and third year in the league, you're fighting for your spot. You're fighting for your contract. You're fighting for, winning World Series, probably not in the forefront of your mind, right? You're worried about that first big contract, understandably so. So if this guy and Chapman and some of these other guys that have won, Rowdy Tellez even, who's at least, been in the playoffs, get these guys focused, toward that end. It can only be a benefit. But as you said, most significantly, it's his pitching. We need results. We need good pitching and efficient. He was efficient, which
he was.
I'm still tired of watching Mitch Keller go 3-2 on every batter.
I mean, really, though, that's what it comes back to, is that today Martin Perez was really able to get ahead of guys, and he really just he took on that mantra of the Ray Miller: throw fast, change speeds, throw strike, or what? Right.
Yeah.
Oh man,
what is God? I used to have one of those T-shirts.
And it's on a shirt in my closet.
Yeah. Change speeds, throw strikes. Work fast, change speeds, throw strikes. Yeah.
Change speeds. It's on a shirt in my closet right now, and I still couldn't remember off the top of my head because I'm always worried about which one comes first. Work fast, but he was working fast today, which was very enjoyable to watch. That makes it fun for fans, I think. Just watching a guy that gets into a rhythm on the mound, that makes it easy to watch.
It's much right. We had that game a couple of days ago where it was walk, and it's like those are kind of tough.
Good Lord,
but
throw fast. Good Lord. I got the 2024 pitching mantra and the 1990 mantra in my head at the same time.
You're a 21st century kind of guy, Tyler. Jeez.
I guess. But we can move off of Perez. I thought he looked really good. You did too. Let's move on to the hitting. Today, not too much hitting going on. Really, the two guys I want to talk about, it's just going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes and Bryan Reynolds. To me, both of them at this point look really, really good. We talked a lot down in Bradenton that Doug didn't attend.
We talked a lot about. I didn't know if I was invited.
You're always invited, Doug. But we talked a lot about Ke'Bryan Hayes and how he's looked throughout pretty much every spring since he's come up. And it looks like a new Ke'Bryan Hayes is coming. And personally, I wouldn't feel as comfortable with him going into this year if he didn't finish as he did last year. But the way he's on time right now, the way he's pulling the baseball, he's hitting it where it's pitched. Everything he is doing looks so good at the plate. It's hard to not get excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes, Doug. Keep me from doing it.
Absolutely right. No, I can't because he finished strong. He finished strong last year. And it's easy, guys do that all the time. He had a great September of 2020. He had, he's had good months here and there, but he really had a pretty decent second half last year. And then he's coming to spring and it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, right? So it doesn't look, again, it's encouraging, right? You didn't want to see him go 1 for 39 in spring and then say, hey, it's only spring and he'll be back. No, he looks exactly like the guy he did in August, September when he was playing it and, MVP type level with, when you add in his fielding, if he can do that, if he doesn't have to do that. I mean, again, our mantra is if he's just an average hitter, but now we've had to upgrade that to if he can be a slightly above average hitter because my God, the glove is fantastic. This looks like, okay, I got to stop. It looks like his breakout season. It does. I can't.
It does.
It looks like, oh man, he's going to be great.
You know what? I'd rather have the cautious optimism over the blind faith. That's where we're at with Ke'Bryan Hayes right now. Last year, it felt like it was kind of not even a blind faith. There were some signs that he was starting to show something and maybe something clicked and then season started and it didn't go as we planned. And then at sometime during August-ish, July-ish, I don't remember the exact date, but something clicked with him. So as you said, him not being 1 for 39 right now, I'm all aboard the MVP Ke'Bryan Hayes train. Because, let's be, Doug, we're betting men here.
Yeah.
Is that is is there value there?
Oh, there has to be. Come on. We need someone look, Jim, look that up for us. What?
I mean, let's be honest here, Doug,
because I'll place them
if we were, but if we were to take those odds and then maybe July he's hitting 320 and he's raking and fielding so well, you know what those cash out odds would be?
Oh man, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, he is so special defensively, and we've beaten that horse to death. But you can't acknowledge, not acknowledge that if he starts hitting, right, his profile is going to blow up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because now they're going to start showing these plays he makes. And the only thing he has working against him is that he's so good that none of his plays look spectacular. Right. They just look like a solid fundamental play. When Nolan Arenado is, running across the line and doing that underhand flip across, Ke'Bryan Hayes is down on one knee and just making a simple toss on the same play.
Exactly.
And so
he's already rounded the baseball and he's making a simple throw.
Yeah, it's amazing. But you're going to, he'll get more appreciation for that. Oh my God. I'm making that bet today.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take that bet too.
Come on. I mean, that's value. That's what you're looking for is value.
That is too much value there.
Yeah. That's someone's going to get fired over that when we're at the window here later in the year.
Oh, as soon as we log off here, that bet's going to get placed.
Yeah, absolutely. Man.
The other guy in the lineup today I wanted to talk about was Bryan Reynolds. He's hitting 200 this spring. I have zero concern with Bryan Reynolds. Today actually really showed me why I don't have much concern with him. He's so close to being on time with everything. We saw it in his 2 at-bats today. He just missed them. He didn't hit them hard, but he hit them right back up the middle. line drives, just didn't get them hard enough. Everything about Brian Reynolds, unless you're a very, very, very smart major league hitting coach that can see everything, and you're just watching it on TV like the rest of us, I don't see anything off with him.
No,
he's just as consistent as it comes. I'm not worried about him whatsoever. I think he's going to hit the ground running this year.
Yeah, I do too. He looks, like I said, he looks pretty good right now. Give him another 3 weeks of at bats, and and getting to face a pitcher a second or third time, as opposed to hitting against someone different each time. I think he's going to be locked in come opening day. You don't worry about Brian Reynolds. The biggest thing we want from Brian Reynolds is this consistency. And I mean, he is our most consistent hitter, but he does go through some of those little valleys there. If we can just get him, and I guess that's part of the exciting thing about what's going on with this team right now is that we don't need Brian Reynolds to carry the team. Right. And for the past 3 seasons, he's been sort of our only offensive hope. And now it's like, okay, I think we're going to get more out of Hayes. Sawinski's going to contribute. O'Neal Cruz is, even if O'Neal Cruz is at his floor, he's 30 home runs, 100 RBI, and Henry Davis. I'm encouraged. This is my buzzword for spring so far has been approach, and I've liked the approach of guys like Henry Davis, Tamar Johnson. I'm not expecting Tamar Johnson to start opening day at second base. I hope he's in Double-A. I just don't want him to go to Greensboro where his numbers get skewed. But it's it looks like the team has kind of a good approach right now at the plate, and I'm not on the Andy Haynes bandwagon by any means, but maybe what he's been teaching is starting to bear fruit. And because Sawinski's looked pretty good too. I mean, it's not great numbers, but he's squaring up a few balls. There, no reason to be discouraged, I guess, is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, I have a few guys that I'm a little discouraged by, but I don't want to bring them up today because I'll save them for April. Because once again, I don't want to talk about the negatives during spring training.
Yeah,
but I think the positive that we've seen, you mentioned approach there, is that there's a bit of a variation of approach here, where it seems like more guys are starting to find themselves. Like you see a Brian Hayes or a Brian Reynolds jump on an earlier pitch in their at bat rather than taking a couple and then getting into a deep count. You're seeing like a combination here of we will be patient, but some guys, maybe it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Right. That part's encouraging to me.
Yeah, it does feel like when they see their pitch, they're letting it rip, as opposed to letting that go by. It's like, wait, if you get your pitch to hit, I don't care if it's the first pitch in the bat or the 7th. Get your good swing on it. So, yeah, and I'd like to mention Triolo. I know we need to wrap this up. But,
let's talk about Triolo.
I'm enthused.
Enthused.
I am enthused. I think you're going to like this too, because from what I've seen now, Alex Stump just had an article about why G1 Bay is so exciting because of his speed, and and it
wasn't Alex.
All right.
It was someone else.
Wasn't Alex? Okay.
No, it was.
Right.
I don't know who it was.
Good.
It was Kevin.
But it seems it seems like that was written by someone in the Pirates front office and to explain why Bay is going to be on the opening day roster. But now I'm seeing things. I'm seeing Triolo's playing shortstop. Obviously, they're playing him everywhere. But they've been running some guys out at center field too. Connor Joe has now played in center field. Olivares has played at center field. And this sort of gives me hope that Bay may not be on the opening day roster, right? It's because the way we can use some of these other guys. I don't know. That might just be a leap on. And I don't want to bury the kid either. He was a rookie last year. He might improve this year. But Triolo is just fantastic defensively everywhere he plays. And I'm really looking forward. And it seems like my favorite thing about him is his approach. He's the only guy in Major League Baseball who does not try to hit a home run every time he comes up. He will just slap it over the second baseman's head. So I am enthused about him. I won't be mad if he's the opening day second baseman, but I'm he could be Josh Harrison. He could be one of those guys that starts 5 games a week, but a different spot every time.
Could I get weird about it? I think it might be Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, like he plays very well everywhere. I don't know that the bat gets to that level. Ben Zobrist had some years where he was unreal at the plate.
Yeah, he was an elite hitter. Yeah.
I don't know that Jared Triolo gets in that territory, but you never know with him. And I to go back on the Ji-Hwan Bae talk there, I really do think that the Pirates are between Peguero and Triolo at this point, based on the at-bats that we've seen.
Right.
It feels like it's a two-man battle at this point. Ji-Hwan Bae really hasn't gotten much run there. It seems like if he does make this roster on opening day, it'll be one of those super utility roles or a backup outfielder that can play the infield as well.
Well, right. That's why we're seeing Connor Joe getting some run in center field and Oliveira's getting some play in center field. It's like, well, if those guys can play center, and along with Sawinski, there doesn't seem much room for anybody else. So, who knows? A lot to shake out. One injury can change everything. But yes, so the Pirates record's not great right now, and that's a good point about Zobrist there. He was a switcher.
No, it is. No, I know, but I just want to get weird about it.
You're right. I don't expect Triolo to hit that well, but he does seem to be improving at the plate. And he's not his 414.
No, he's not going to hit at a level of Ben Zobrist. Like, it's obvious, but maybe I just got caught up on the white utility player.
Right, but and he can play outfield too. So I know he's played some center field in the minors. Could be it's interesting roster construction ahead. So something to look forward to. Today there was, other than Dari Moreta, nothing to worry about too much. Barucki, another thing, Barucki, he came out of nowhere last year. Kind of hard to expect him to do the same thing this year, but he looks like he's there. The King.
I mean, he did give up 2 balls that were hit 107 plus, but Barucki got out of it. I did want to touch on the bullpen before we do wrap up here.
Okay.
Barucki did get out of it, and there was an injury that happened that it's in the chat here. Jim mentioned here that Alex Stump from MLB.com mentioned that it was an elbow injury for Dari Moreta. His last 2 outings haven't looked good. As much as that is awful for Dowry and Big Bank, the Pirates are in a much better position this year to deal with an injury like that than they have been in previous years. Hopefully it's nothing serious with him, but these last 2 outings, there was something off with him. The velocity has been down. Hopefully there's enough depth here, which I think there is, to get through that, but it looks like they might be missing him for, we'll see if he makes opening day. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah. There's no reason to take any guesses, but this bullpen does seem ready to withstand that kind of injury at this point, right? And shoot, you got some other. I wouldn't mind seeing Ashcraft. I want them to stretch Ashcraft as a starter, but hey, you can bring him up and let him throw the 6th inning a couple times, and I'd feel very comfortable with that. So the addition of Chapman.
Yeah, I think they're at a point where there's enough arms that you can get through some injury. You obviously can't afford to lose one of your top guys, but one of those more middle of the road guys, they have a roster that is good enough that you can get through that, I think.
Yeah, I think this bullpen could be really good. It comes down to the same thing: injuries and effectiveness. And, bullpen pitchers are so fickle, right? They'll have an ERA of 0.791 next year and 6 the next. So, but I get the feeling our bullpen is going to be a strength, and we're going to need it to be, given the state of our rotation and the fragility of it, fragileness. So our first post-game show, spring training edition.
Yeah, I had to get the rust out here.
Yeah, we're a little shaky, but
I've done a few shows in the meantime, but The post-game show is a different animal.
Yeah, you guys were great. That was fun following along with you guys. Next year I'll go. If I'm invited, I'll go.
Personal invite right here, my friend Doug.
All right. Okay, no getting out of it.
It's not a long flight for you.
No, gosh, no, nothing. And
all right, Doug.
I'm going to be living in Jacksonville next year at this time, so
hop around Donardo.
So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna climb in Donardo's carry-on or whatever. So,
all right, baseball is back, baby. It's March 3rd. We're back at it. Everybody's back at it. Spring training's full aboard. Me and Dougie Fresh are back at it. Aside from that, we're gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
Pirates
I'm getting
lose
my losses out of the
5-2.
way during spring training. So.
Exactly. Pirates lose 5-2. We're gonna get out of here. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you next time.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Okay, that's a pirate. That's Captain. Oh, I get. Okay, so Jack Win. Oh, ski. Okay, so Jack Sawinski. I got that. It's a blue jay, a sun, a blue sun, blue. Who are you? What? Jason Wavy Lays. Jason. Where is that a delay? Who is that? I mean, it's Jason Delay, but I don't know why that's a D.
That's D from Always Sunny.
Oh, well, I outed myself for never watching that show. Is that a chicken or a hen or a rooster? That is my love. That's Rihanna. Ruri. This is us. Rowan.
It's a hen.
Hen. So it is a hen this time. Interesting. Henna tattoo. Henry Davis. That's interesting, Tyler. I thank you for that one.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kerstead.
All right, Jim. We're calling this day one. Yesterday was day 0. Day 1.
We're heading to Pirate City. Scope it out.
Oh, we are going to Pirate City today?
Yeah, for like 5 or 10 minutes. And then we're heading to Fort Myers, JetBlue Park, Fenway of the South, or Fenway South, or whatever they call it. And I've got sunscreen this time, so we're not making that same mistake again.
No lines. Just waiting on Princess. What are we doing?
What are your thoughts on the trip so far, Tyler?
Tired.
Tyler's tired. 1 out of 10. How was the donut you? Well, first off, what kind of donut did you have this morning? And then rank it on a scale from 1 to 10.
I don't know what kind of donut I had, to be honest with you.
Describe like the flavor profile.
I don't even know if I can do that. I don't know what it was.
You have no idea.
No.
Was it sweet
No.
and savory?
It was sweet.
But not savory.
No.
So sweet donut.
I'm trying to think what it was like.
1 to 10. Ranking 1 to 10.
Like a 7.7.
7.7 is not a bad score.
No, it was a good donut.
Especially right.
Thank you.
Do you
But
not
it's
know
not
where
the
you're
best.
going?
I really don't. It was good.
We're gonna run out of gas on this bridge. I think we gotta wait for the sailboat to go by. The stupid fucking sailboat. Yeah, why does this sail need to be that tall? We're gonna be late. We're gonna run out of gas because of this boat. He's going like -4 knots. What is the
What he's doing is nuts.
what is the what is like the miles per hour equivalent of a knot? Does anybody know?
7 miles.
7 miles per hour per knot? Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea, but that's what I'm saying.
He has no idea, but that's what he's saying.
Did he do a really good job? That much?
How's it going, sir?
And if they don't let us in, we'll just set up right here.
All right, so just went to Pirate City, scouted it out. What are our thoughts?
They need to clean their bathroom.
Yes.
It's a little stinky.
It actually, when I went in, it wasn't as stinky. I don't know what it was
Okay.
when we walked by the first time, but I gagged.
They need plugs.
Yeah, they need plugs.
That's my take.
Or they just need to give us media credentials. One of the two.
However, even if they did,
Media credentials would be really nice there because then we could do whatever we want.
Right.
We don't have to stay within those fucking ropes.
Didn't know they had jug handles in Florida.
What'd you say?
Jug handle.
What the fuck is that?
roundabout.
A roundabout.
Yeah, it's called a roundabout.
I've been in Jersey for too long, I guess.
Who the fuck's a jug handle?
They call them jug handles in Jersey.
Never heard that in my life.
I don't believe you. You made that up.
Tyler, call Steph and ask her. All right. We won't know the answer.
It's probably one of those things that like 5% of New Jerseyans say.
Just like how 5% of Pittsburghers say yins all the time.
Right.
Like me, I still say yins.
So definitely more than 5%.
Yeah, probably.
You say yins like in normal conversation?
I do. Like I say it at
but
work.
Do you say it like sarcastically?
No, it's part of my vocabulary. Y'all is not part of my vocabulary.
You're not even from Pittsburgh. Like yins is a very Pittsburgh problem.
My dad. That's how my dad talked. So that's how I talk. It's ingrained in my brain.
I was to say like Newcastle, like everyone said it's a Pennsylvania thing. Yeah, I agree. Like I don't think it's just that part. I don't think it's specific to just Pittsburgh. I think it's more.
I'd say
Central Allegheny County.
I'd say it's more.
I disagree. I think that's probably where it's,
I think it's
the deepest.
Just Western Pennsylvania.
That's probably where the deepest accent is, Jim.
Accent. Yes, but
Central
the word
Allegheny.
yins, I disagree. I know like 5 people who use the word yins in normal conversation. Pretty much everyone I know.
Make it 6. I'm right here.
Because it's not a word. So correct. Probably use it.
Whatever.
Y'all is the correct because it's you all contracted. Kind of like would of.
Or you could just say you.
Kind of like would of is a contraction of would and of. Would have? Yeah. Yeah.
But yins is
That's
just
a
like.
word. That's a real word though. But it's a
Yins
contraction
is one
of
syllable.
would and of. Yeah. Not have.
Yins is one syllable. That's why it's easy.
It can be either. No, it's would have.
We're here. What are your thoughts?
I'm excited. Like, it's finally, we're here. It's nice weather, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. It's not that much more south than Bradenton, but
right.
What it was 60 in Bradenton. It's like almost 80 here now.
Right.
So, pretty happy about that.
Chicken salad. Cody, what are your thoughts? Chicken salad chick. Elite, yes or no?
Chicken salad what?
Chicken salad chick.
Chick?
Yeah, chicken salad chick. Restaurant.
Thumbs down.
That is cold. Let's go be in the sun. Yeah.
What? Stop.
Guys, stop. Stop it, guys.
You didn't say this was off the record, so we're recording.
Cody.
Yeah.
How's it feel to ruin everyone's lives?
It was going to happen sooner or later. I'm just surprised it happened so soon.
I wish you did it.
But like is really cool and likes us, but now he doesn't because of me, and he never even met me, and it's crazy. Yeah.
It's time for Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
It's either after this or after this happens.
You're not gonna sing the song? Tyler?
He's got friends in low places.
Pirates, if they don't win, for it's 1. 3 strikes, you're out at me. He's got nothing on Vince Lashad. He's got nothing.
How's the game?
The game, I don't really know. I don't know what they do.
How's the experience?
The experience? I ate too much. So I gotta say the jumbo hot dog was really, really good. But I was really, really hungry. So I wanted something else. I was going back for another hot dog, but then I saw the Italian sausage. So I got that. But I didn't need the Italian sausage after the jumbo hot dog. So my tummy is not the best, but both things were really good. Didn't have any beer. About to drive back. We're doing Top Golf now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're on Top Golf.
So yeah, so gonna do that. We don't know where we park. That way. But okay game. Andor hit one really, really deep. He's not making the team though, so don't worry about that because he stinks. So I don't know. Other than that, Ortiz, whatever.
Post-game thoughts?
Good game. Those are my thoughts. Andrew Hart looked good. Unfortunately.
Swinski also looked good.
Swinski
had a good day.
Well, Swinski went 1 for 4.
For recording things you probably shouldn't be recording. But some feelings have been hurt.
Swaggerty had an okay day too.
Yeah. Said day. Kane Smith and Jigba really did.
Everybody, I mean, when they scored 9 runs from 7 runs.
Ready?
Oh yeah.
How far is your longest drive going to be?
I have no idea. I haven't done Top Golf. This is my first swings of the year.
First swings of the year.
Don't have my gloves.
Donardo, our avid golfer, Donardo.
Oh, yeah. There we have it.
Who's going to be last?
Back up.
Whoa.
That's the only time I do it.
Don't be last.
You just can't get negative 3 again. He's only got 25 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Negative. No, it bounced out. That should have been negative 4 and it bounced out. No,
You're kidding.
You got one more shot. 6 seconds.
I got robbed. Nothing. I'm last. I came in last. I'm last. You're not last. Hey, that was mean. I didn't like that. That was mean.
You lost to me.
Yeah?
Cody lost to me.
Okay. Good job, Tyler. You won Topgolf. How do you feel?
It's expected. I'm the best athlete of this group. It's easy work. It's what I do.
You're in last. How's it feel?
Back up. This isn't start and ending like golf. No, we didn't push it. What else? What's next?
We're doing longest drive until we leave.
I want to hear all the best athletes.
I win Topgolf. I would hit a new golf Kyle Hendrick. I'm the best athlete.
You win because you said you can take Hendrick. What's next?
Longest drive.
No, I mean sport.
Oh, sport? I don't know. Mini golf.
Oh,
It's golf again.
Yeah, mini golf.
All right, fine.
like we can grab a basketball and I'll shoot at it.
Let's do it.
It's easy.
We should find a court. All right, Jim. We're almost to Lake Calm. You're here how many weeks ago?
I was here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excited to be back?
Excited to be back.
What are we looking forward to today?
One of my favorite places in the world. I'm looking forward to, Kutch in the lineup.
Yep.
First time in a while. He's looking to get his first spring training home run, I think. There we go. That's my prediction for today. Andrew McCutcheon, first spring home run.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Clubhouse. Of course, I am Geddes, and I'm here with the boss and the GOAT, Donardo and Ryan. How are y'all doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing pretty good. So Ryan's your boss now?
No, it's. Oh, did I put the wrong way? It's this camera.
Well, you said the GOAT, so I obviously understood that.
The boss and the GOAT. No. Unfortunately, that's Ryan. Ryan has to be the GOAT. I'm sorry.
I am the Godfather, so I technically could be the boss, right?
You could be. We could. I think I'll leave that one alone. But yeah, what's going on, Donato? You're wearing Adidas. We don't rock Adidas anymore.
Listen, I'm sorry. I've been out and about right now. I put on a shirt that's just whatever. I'm packed for Bradenton tomorrow. Like, I don't give a shit.
We don't wear Adidas anymore. Kanye
So
said we're
whatever.
not supposed to wear Adidas.
I still do.
Huh?
Look at Geddes and I with the Pirates.
Yeah, I am rocking the Pirates jersey for the first time that I bought like last year. So I figured, hey, why not? We're coming up on it's spring training now, isn't it? So why not rock the jersey? So yeah,
that's how we know you have money. It's the first time wearing it in a year.
No, I have the hookup. I got the hookup on people that can hook me up. So yeah.
I'm aware.
Is that a McCutcheon jersey?
Is that the what? I'm sorry.
Is it McCutcheon or is it? Just...
No, it doesn't have a number on the back of it. It's just it was when Nike dropped whatever these jerseys are. I don't know, but there's no number or anything. I just bought it. It was the only one that they had. So I was like, all right, fine, I'll rock this one then. This way, nobody ever gets traded.
At least it's not see-through.
Right.
Yeah, that jersey you're wearing is better than the current MLB jerseys. So there you go.
Oh, the big PGH one?
Well, no. Just like the.
Are you not aware?
Yeah,
I'm not aware.
Oh man.
Oh, Geddes doesn't know the New Jersey issue with Nike and.
No, well, I saw that the it doesn't line up with like the button or something like that. I did see that.
Oh, it's worse.
It's all bad. It's horrible.
The pants are like legit see-through.
You can see through the pants.
See-through. Like there's pictures, it's see-through.
What? So I guess Nike's changing the way the pants are. Or is it just specific to the Pirates?
No, this is all MLB.
It's across baseball.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so they wanted to have more airflow, aerodynamic. Look, Nike knows what they're doing. So let's just trust what Nike's doing.
They're pretty bad, Geddes.
Okay.
You got to see them compared to last year's. They're pretty bad.
Okay, then I'll check them out. I'll check them out.
Don't peek too hard. That's all I'm saying.
They look like the jersey you get off of like some China website. You know, some knockoff. That's seriously what they look like.
Well, hey, China. Look, they're trying to appeal to another demographic of people. So this is how you do it. You show the goods. Sex sells, just like Donardo's post that he posted on North Shore 9 a few hours ago. That's going off, right?
Sure.
I'm gonna hit you with the horny stick. But yeah, awesome. Let's get into the show. Bucko Mike has been on my ass because I've been I guess I've been MIA. He didn't even ask for the reason why I've been MIA. It could have been something serious. It could have been a death in the family, whatever it is, but he didn't even ask. So I figured, hey, why not we discuss this? We could discuss a little bit. We could discuss a little bit before we get to some other stuff here. So I'm gonna ask you, Ryan, because I'm gonna make you the arbiter of truth today. Okay, you tell me if I'm being sensitive. You could do that, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, okay. So see now, Donardo knows me. Donardo knows me. Donardo, how long have you known each other, Donardo?
Damn too long, that's for sure. But actually, it has been. It's crazy how long it has been. I mean, actually, I think it's
15.
It's been 15 years.
Has it been 15 years?
Yeah, like this year probably marks like 16 years that we know each other.
Yeah. See now, Donardo has seen me at my best, and Donardo's also seen me at my worst.
I also have video of some of those, by the way.
Yeah. He's seen me at my best. He sees me at his worst, right? So I'm gonna tell the story. If you're okay with me telling the story, right, Donardo?
Like, sure.
He's
I'm
like,
not sure what story it is, but yeah, absolutely.
Whether he wants to discuss it or not, I'm going to bring it up. All right, so why was Geddes MIA? Because Geddes was butthurt. Geddes was upset. So yeah, exactly. So we got inner workings going on. The North Shore 9 is a big conglomerate. Some people might have even called North Shore 9 a plant, but we'll get into that. We're going through some things, making some changes, stuff like that, and Geddes offered his opinion, and Geddes felt attacked. He felt attacked. He felt upset by the opinions he gave that he asked to give and was given, and he felt like he was being attacked by some members of the North Shore 9. Ryan, you're in the group chat. Did I take this the wrong way, or was I just for my week-long hiatus?
So wait, we're not talking about the rankings, right? We're talking about you when you left the group chat, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, look, the group chat dynamics is just a whole nother world. Like, it's just so many things going on in this group chat. There's a lot of stuff that happens in that group chat that could be taken sensitive or not sensitive, but I think it had built to a certain level where I believe, in your eyes, I don't think you were sensitive to the, oversensitive or whatever, where you couldn't leave. I think it's just other people don't, like Jim obviously wasn't, he didn't think it was that over the top or that level. And that's what happens on text. And when you don't, things get lost in the line, or you don't know.
But Donardo knows me. Donardo knows me.
Yeah, Donardo kind of piled on.
So?
I will agree on that. Donardo definitely piled on.
Donardo knows. So what's so funny is like Donardo. I was in my head. I'm like, Donardo knows me. He knows me. He knows me.
See, I knew that there was a tension building, but I don't know if like Jim and Donardo knew that, but I'm assuming Donardo did. But
Donardo had to. Come on, Donardo. You knew.
I have a hard time when I see opportunity. I like to pounce.
You see?
It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny, but there was no malice. Like, there was no true malice I felt involved. I'm just gonna say, I mean, you're kind of soft, Geddes.
I was soft.
You were kind of soft.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Hey, we talked though, but go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I was gonna say I've told Geddes I've left that group chat at least three times, so I get it. And I've somehow gotten sucked back in. But Donardo did send that. I don't think you were in it at that point, Geddes, because I think we added you and then you left again. And then
you did.
Donardo didn't even realize.
Because you want to know why I did it? Because you didn't ask me if I wanted to be back in. You just did it.
Yeah,
I'm like, you know how mad I am about this.
In the North Shore 9 group chat.
Back in.
Yeah. So Donardo, I don't even think realized for like another day that you were like not in it again. Like you had left again. So Donardo did send like the dad text out and was like, "Look, we need to button this up and everybody chill out and stuff." So he did send that out. I don't think you were in it at that point. But yeah, it's just like same thing. Like I've left before, then Jim left like 3 days after that. It's just
Cody left.
Yeah, you don't know what people are going through on any particular day. And sometimes we are harsh, or you don't think you're as harsh, but you are. And it just comes off as bad, and people take it as the wrong way, or maybe people take it the right way, and it just the way they just get too much and they leave. But yeah, the whole group chat dynamic could be a whole nother show. Like God forbid if somebody sends a tweet or a news story that like somebody already brought up 3 hours ago. Like, oh, that's like the worst.
Repost.
Yeah. That is the worst, because it's like, oh, if we got that. Scroll up, Donardo. Scroll up, Ryan. So like, sometimes you're working and you check your phone and there's like 87 texts and you're like, dude, I can't catch up with all these right now. So then you send a news article and it's like, you're the idiot because, somebody already sent that. So it, group chat is, or group text, whatever. It's always a fun.
So I don't feel bad then, because this is just common practice.
I think so.
This is just common practice. Somebody gets annoyed enough, somebody leaves the group chat, and that's it. And maybe they come back and what. So yeah, no, I was annoyed. So that's why I was gone. That's why I was gone for a week, and then I was busy too. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take the week off so I can cool down, because I remember texting Donardo. I was like, Donardo, I'm out. Because I was pissed, and I'm like, Donardo, you know my temperament. Why are y'all pressing my buttons? You know me.
So can I speak my truths?
Yeah, go ahead.
But no, for real. So like, you say I've known you for how long, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's true, right? But you've also known me for how long? And I like to poke the bear.
That's a problem when you know my temperament.
I like to poke the bear. And there was some poking going on. But again, like, it didn't come from a place of malice. And I thought, I didn't think you were at that level. But obviously you were. And we talked afterwards. I mean, as soon as you left the group, or actually, I don't think you left the group chat yet. I think I called you like right away. And then you left the group chat. But we talked. And I thought, like, I understood. So to kind of put it out there, like, Geddes had a thought process. And we hashed some things out in the group chat. There were some things we all agreed on. There's some things we didn't, back and forth, whatever. And with your information you provided, we actually did change some things and like lean towards like, we should do this, but how do we do it? Again, with our differences that we thought of opinion, right? We think we tweaked some things and we used some information to change some things. We started doing it. And as we saw stuff happening, we were just kind of poking at you, hey, not to put too much out there, but whatever. Like we would just start saying stuff and just say, oh, well, no thanks to Geddes or something like that. You know what I mean? And you kind of took it to heart, and we kept poking at it. And yeah. So
well, see,
there were some issues going on in the group chat for a little bit of time.
Yes, Jim was leading it. Jim was leading the rally cry, right?
Yes.
And I'm like, I don't think Jim knows me. I was like, this is not what you do, because I don't handle this very well. I was like, that's why I'm like always PC, because I'm like, I don't want to. Once I turn, I turn. So I was like, so at first it was like I thought it was a joke, and then I was like, oh, he's bringing up supporting documentation, and I was like, all right. I was like, you know what,
Exhibit A.
And I'm like, I said all this stuff, and you only pulled that one little piece out of it, man. I'm out. Like I'm out. All I want is the best for Donardo with North Shore 9. So I was like, yeah, come on, man. I was like, I'm out. But the things like that happen. I think it's good that it happened, though. I think it's good. Everybody got their beef in and kind of got it out. So
and we've had plenty of those.
Now we're here again.
But the way I preference this, like when I talk to you, Geddes, about it too. And again, it's difference of opinion, it's difference of personality and whatnot, right? But like I used it. If I feel like a lot of us, and I'm motivated in certain ways too, right? But like, I feel like there's some motivational techniques here, and to think about a year ago that Jim and Tyler would be doing TikToks would just blow your mind, right? The fact that it's like
I would agree with that. I would agree
into
with
this
that.
space. And there's no way Jim and Tyler are doing TikToks. I mean, they pretty much outright said it, but we knew we had to, right? And I never really said this to anyone except for you in that conversation, right? But I made myself that dude. I made myself not the bad guy, but like I wanted them to all troll me, right? I was making TikToks, and it was like a big competition, and it was like I was making bad ones. I was making sure that they felt like they were going to punish me and dominate me, and that like inspired them to do them because they're going to dunk on me and dunk on me and dunk on me. And
so that's why you had all those bad
I was poking them right and left, right? And whatever. And what happened? They're damn near TikTokers at this point, right?
Yep.
So like I understand some motivation with them. So like I kind of use this as that as well. So you were just that guy that's playing.
Yeah,
They were going to keep poking at you and saying, look,
I was the victim of your manipulation.
Correct. Correct. But, and that's what I'm saying. Like, but think about this. We're talking about, did that not inspire some things in what we're doing right now?
Oh, 100%.
So that's kind of where I'm getting at.
100%. See,
it's
but
a weird dynamic we have. Trust me, it is weird. And some people get in their feelings. All of us have gotten into our feelings about it.
We're
but
like an NFL
once we get
clubhouse.
past that, like it works. The clubhouse is actually great.
We're like an NFL locker room, man. We got too many personalities, egos. You know, we're just like everybody else in the NFL.
See, Ryan, but let me explain this part of this. See, this is the part of this this story that DiNardo should have probably played, at least when it came to me a little bit there. See, DiNardo is a good, nice guy that will act like the bad guy. That ain't me. That is not me. I am not a nice guy. Right. But
Geddes is a bad guy that acts like a nice guy.
Basically. So I'm just so if you want to paint me as the bad guy, I'm gonna act like him. I'm gonna act like him. So that's true. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it was it's all water under the bridge now. But you did mention motivation, so that was a nice little segue because I wanted to talk about this too. Me and Ryan had a conversation. I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, Ryan. We had a conversation, and me and Ryan would like you to explain to us the Twitter dynamic and how you use Twitter to motivate you.
I think I know what you're asking, but tell me exactly what you mean by that.
I don't want to bring up any Twitter. I don't want to bring up anybody's.
No, you don't have to. But like, what do you mean by like using Twitter?
Like certain people.
Are you just basically asking me like what motivates me?
I'm saying that again.
Are you basically just asking like what motivates me? Or
yeah, like there's people on Twitter that there's some people on Twitter that probably
I know where we're going with this.
Of your attention, and some people that aren't.
Let me put it this way.
Go ahead.
Way back, Geddes, PodHub Network, when Cody was on it with his show Back to the Berg, right?
Yeah.
I was on there with him, and we actually talked about this, not for the same reasons, but we actually talked about this. Mm-hmm. And before you like say some snarky ass stuff about when I use this analogy or comparison, I'm not putting myself as that person's shoes. But what I'm saying is
I'm going to do it.
I relate to this person for this fact, all right? And also understand too, this is back in like 2020 or 2021 when we did this episode. Mm-hmm. But Michael Jordan.
So you call yourself Michael Jordan?
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Don't do that. What I can say is, so when you saw The Last Dance, and he basically like, what did you learn about Jordan? He had to have an enemy. He would make shit up about somebody.
I'll let you take this, Ryan.
Just to hate them, more or less, right? Just to have that enemy. That's what fueled him. That's what motivated him. You could be the nicest guy. You and me could be friends. You could be the nicest guy. I'm going to create something in my head to hate you, to want to murder you. And now that's what I'm going to use to get past you, to dominate you, to beat you. Right.
Right.
I relate to that, like as far as a personality goes. And again, I'm not Michael Jordan, but like growing up in sports, like whatever, like when I was playing basketball, like the person I was defending, I hated that person. You know, like it's just in general, like competitive wise, I have to have an enemy. I have to hate you. Now, I could honestly, like, we could be friends, but when it comes to competition, I hate you and I want to kill you.
Go ahead.
So wait a minute. Like, can you understand where I'm getting at with that?
I understand that.
Yeah, I understand that.
So that's why I say I relate to that part of Michael Jordan. By no means am I Michael Jordan. So I'm fueled a lot with that. Like I will find things like if there's a goal and I want to get somewhere, like that's the person I hate. That's the person that's like on my bulletin board or whatever.
Wait a minute.
And yeah,
if all that's true, and I understand because I understand what that analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Why, when you and I were both on the North Shore 9 account together, why was I always the bad cop, but you were the good cop? Because everybody knew when I would tweet things out because I would start some shit.
Well, you're an asshole.
Well, there you go. But you're
Donato's
saying
a nice guy.
Right, you're saying that, but you're saying you're motivated because you want to, take out the competition and all that.
Yes.
But you're too nice on Twitter. That's what I am getting at, I guess.
Just because I want to beat you doesn't mean I don't have to like you. Like I'm getting at, get us out. Like we be friends. When it comes to competition,
Right.
I'm going to dominate you. Doesn't mean I have to be mean to get us right now. But I'm going to find pieces. I'm going to find parts. I'm going to do whatever it is to just fuel me, and I'm fueled by hate.
So honestly,
like think about it. Like if you were to put, this is extremes, but like what I'm alluding to is,
okay.
Well, you just
if you were to
compared
put like
yourself to
$100,000 in front of my
extreme could it
face
be?
That's about extremes you can
and
get.
say like this is what you need. Like I don't know. I'm not like fueled by like money or positivity too much. Like that's not like, oh, again, $100,000. Like I said, I'm using this as an extreme example, right?
Right.
But like that doesn't fuel me. What fuels me is hate. Like that GIF, like in Star Wars, like let the hate flow through you. Like that's me.
Does the gift that I always send to Jim.
Yes.
So does it fuel you enough to want to clap at somebody? Like if somebody says something,
it depends. It depends. It depends
on what
time.
It builds to when you blow up.
Created
on, like,
hate.
Say,
I don't need to. I don't need to clap at created hate because there's not a reason for it. But if someone actually is coming at me, then yeah.
So what's go ahead, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, one thing. So because you're right, because you had a thing last week, which I just kind of alluded to, that you blew up. So you kind of build until it blows up. But they came at you first. Jordan sat back out and just made stuff up in his head to come at people. That's kind of like what Jordan's thing was. So
sure.
Now Jordan, that person was in front of Jordan,
and that's why I have. When I say that's why we have all these shows. That's why when I look at production value, like I want top-notch production. When I see someone who has something better, I can't let that happen. I have to have something better, right? When I see someone who has something like shitty, let's still do better. Like let's kill that. Like that's not. That's what I'm getting at. I will create things because I can't let that. I have to be better.
So let's use Tim as the avatar.
Okay.
So in order for us to have this discussion and not call anybody out that Donato doesn't want to call out, that me and Ryan wouldn't mind doing, but Donato doesn't want to do it, so we're not going to do it. So we'll use Tim. Tim is the avatar. So for those who don't know, or y'all could probably go into it a little bit more because I got into it at the tail end of it. So Tim, I'm gonna give it what I know. So Tim thinks that North Shore 9 is that we're at industry plants, right? Which I find to be interesting because
do you want to come? Do you want me to set the table a little bit here?
I would please paint the picture.
Tim has kind of gone off on a. So he's in the deep end of the pool. Let's say.
Right.
Let me say this. Let me start off by this also. Okay. Tim acknowledged what he said. Him and Jim, I guess, had a pretty
no. Don't start there. No. We end there.
Stop. So. They worked it out. All right.
Yeah, but Jim works it out with everybody.
With him. But what I'll say is, this is also me on the outside also. I guess Ethan and Jim were talking about, just playfully, like just talking about something. I don't know what it was, but Jim brought up the thing about unions, right? Because if you know Ethan, it's not about certain things, right? He's about capitalism and such and whatever, right? And because of baseball, right? Like the joke about unions was a playful joke. And then it went somewhere, and I guess it involved Tim. And then Tim started like going at Jim. And more or less like, and again, this came out like right. I've respected Tim. Tim and I have had talks behind the scenes about multiple things, working together, and like we were part of Pittsburgh baseball at one point, like doing shows, with them and such. And like, I've never had any issue with Tim, like at all, ever. And then like he alluded to the fact that Jim couldn't be as successful as he is. How does he go around the country traveling, doing this podcast and stuff like that? And again, like that's where I don't play. So to your point, Ryan, right? Now, and this isn't like me just trying to come in because it like that just seemed too like first off, you're shitting on Jim, and also at the same point, like you're involving all of us now at this point in time.
Right. The whole squad.
Like, if you do know me too, like I will speak my mind when needed. And this is what I felt. And I'm just like, this is BS. Like you want to say like come as Ryan pointed out, come talk to me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm 40.
Come on that way. I didn't think that at the time, but I pretty much said like come at me, like let's
come after me.
It's like say some shit to me then, because we work too damn effing hard to do what we do, and we have a goal we want to achieve. And everything I just said about like, you know, creating this enemy to get somewhere, to motivate, to do all this stuff, like we want to be big. We want to grow. We want to do some things. And in order to do that, you got to put in the work, right?
Right. That's the
so
whole
we're
point.
putting in the work right now. We're putting in the work. We are absolutely putting in work. So I am not going to have someone like minimize that to assume the only way we could be here is because we're an industry plant. Which, by the way,
what does that even mean?
Do you see the shit that we say sometimes?
Like
right. I get hammered so much for being I'm a bigger problem than Bob nutting to this fan base because of the stuff that I say.
Yeah,
I've been told that. I don't know how I could be an industry plant. I don't know what the Pirates are getting out of me by completely talking about this offseason, saying how disappointed I am in it. But that's another thing.
Yeah, like,
I'm just not about that. We're not going there.
How are like I didn't even I mean look, so just to kind of give more background, you know, because obviously, you know, Geddes doesn't, you know, he Pirates Twitter, but not like back in the day too. Like Tim Williams created Pirates Prospects. He had his own site. It was a pay site, did very well for, you know, a good number of years. And I mean, he was not, you know, not like you want to say like that's what we were like trying to achieve or something, but he was, you know, everybody around Pirates Twitter or Pirate fans knew Tim and that he had a lot of subscribers. Well, that has since changed, and Tim has kind of, you know, I don't know. He's going through a lot of things, I think, in his personal life and just overall, and he has kind of gone off the deep end, at least on Twitter, and everybody sees it, and everybody sees his long threads that he does, and it's just like, whoa, like what is happening here? So, you know, he says he's doing this 5-year long investigation and blah, blah, blah. So I don't really know what's going on with Tim and all that. But yeah, we kind of got sucked into his little rants. And, you know, and DiNardo kind of blew up and it led from there. You know, and obviously,
DiNardo dropped. Go ahead.
He does have the site still now, DiNardo, but like nobody's like, I don't think you can subscribe to it, right? It's like, I don't know. Like what?
I'm not sure. I'll just leave it at that. Like I'm not sure.
So, but he kind of like, instead of like doing his site, he'll write stuff out about the Pirates, but it's like a 20, you know, long tweet on Twitter or something. But then he goes into these rants, and we just kind of became one of the rants because of something Jim had said back to Ethan, and it just kind of went from there. But Jim's Rosati's like Jesus, man. He forgives anybody. He's diving into DMs, talking it out with people. So like Jim smoothed it all over.
He's also a nice guy.
Yeah, who he is, except for the time in the group chat when he left.
It is funny how like I think he and I pick and choose when or what. I don't know. It's weird because
y'all are very similar. What's interesting is that for those who are watching this that are on Twitter and say stuff that's stupid, just understand that me and Ryan have no problem saying stuff. It doesn't matter who the person is, but we got the leash on us so we don't do it. But like you and Jim are fairly similar. And I think me and Ryan are fairly similar in that sense. It's interesting too because when all this stuff was going on, I was just like, I was later in the night when I was following it, and then I saw one tweet, and that was DiNardo basically saying "F you," and then I was like, oh, I can speak freely now. I was like, 'cause he dropped the F-bomb, so I could freak. And I made one statement. I was like, bro, you sound broke. That was all I said. You sound broke. And of course, it came with this extra stuff. And to be honest with you, I felt a little bad because then he started talking about his life and how, you know, he had money and he had girls and that stuff made him upset. So now he wants to choose the route of being broke and being a Buddhist, which nobody would ever choose unless they had to choose it. So I'm just like, so I'm hearing these things and I'm like, okay, well, you know, let me just kind of back off of him and just say, hey, look, just keep our names out your mouth. and that'll be it. Because look, I was itching to jump down somebody's throat. Pause, and seeing that was enough for me to be like, I'll get involved in this. I'll go ahead and chime into this. And also, I did see what you said, Bucn, but I'm just not saying anything to it. Here's your show. You got your show now. But anyway,
I almost got involved, but I think by that point Jim had kind of smoothed it over, and it was like, well, what am I going back and pulling all this out? So
you light the you pour gasoline and light the match on it. That's what you do.
Well, I kind of missed my opportunity. I think I was late to the party. But like the industry plant thing is hilarious because we've also gotten this recently too, Donardo, where, for 5 years we were called apologists and this and that, and you guys are just just nuttings, speaker or whatever soundbite, and now we're getting people coming at us telling us we're haters and you're doing, like Donardo was alluding to, you're doing the team wrong, and like
we still get both though too. That's
we get like both now.
You can't make everybody happy.
But like, just because we're like, dude, like I'm 40 years old, actually 41. Like this team has lost for 90% of my life, my lifetime. Like they've been horrible. Yeah. And it's been multiple GMs. It's been multiple ownerships. It's been, just everything goes wrong for them. And they're to blame. They're to blame. Like, that's the thing. Like, and people are, we always banged on the wall about, give them the benefit of the doubt, back Neil Huntington, like they were working it through. But like at this point, we've seen nothing, they're going to be cheap. They're not going to spend where we think they can spend, where they should spend. And they're just not going to do it. And so we're calling that out because we're tired and want to win at any cost. That's why I brought up, Trevor Bauer and Chapman and things like that.
Right.
Like, I want to win. But now we got people coming at us that we're haters. And it's like, which one is it?
Well, it's interesting because I read a tweet that another Pittsburgh Pirate podcast posted, and I saw Donardo's response to it, which I'm pretty sure it was Donardo's response to it. It was a good response. I even think that it was a response that was because it seemed like they came off a little bit more optimistic about the Pirates' future and Donardo and calling out people that they deemed as haters and whatnot. And Donardo, I think rightfully so addressed it. Because, just like you said, if an organization is not doing well enough and is not providing you, is not willing to spend any money, and they're being cheap and won't sell the team because they can't afford it or whatever the reason may be, I think people are allowed to point that out and not just look through everything through rose-colored lenses.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean that's pretty.
And I feel like if you talk about this team, you probably should, because. Like that's why I really didn't like about, and this is one particular person on Twitter, and I forget his name. I think it was like Be Smooth, and went back so much. Anyways, got to calm down because that guy really pisses me off too. But anyways, the reason he pisses me off is like for that, like I'm to blame, and it's like it's my responsibility to help put seats into the stands by me talking about what's actually happening. Which is the Pirates have been failures for 27 out of 31 years, right? Well, that doesn't do well. You should talk positive. You should try to do what you can. It's our responsibility to help put people in the seats, because if there's more people in the seats, there's more money for the Pirates, so Bob Nutting can spend more on the payroll and make this team better.
At that point, you'd be a plant.
It's not my responsibility, like screw you. Honestly, like F you. Like don't come at me telling me like I'm a problem by talking about what's actually happening in the state of the Pittsburgh Pirates, but not just being rose-colored and saying, guys, just put all your faith in this. It's going to be perfect. All these prospects, they're all going to hit. This guy's been injured 90% of his career. He'll be fine. He'll be okay. Stop it. Everyone should be talking nice about us. They've been failures for 27 of 31 years. There's probably reasons people aren't talking highly about them. Right. But again, as I go back in 2015, when they're the organization of the year, like these national writers couldn't stop praising the Pirates. Like you reap what you sow. If you want to be talked positive about, put out a product that's positive.
And that's the thing.
Put out a good product.
If the Pirates want positive, if you want positive stuff, do something about it. And then like,
Right.
look, we started this. We didn't start this to be like, you know what, F the Pirates. We're going to start this podcast and just rail them into the ground. We started it because we're fans. We've been Pirate fans, most of our lives. So, we started it because we're fans, but we're going to, our thing was, we don't have some kind of media company behind us where, we have Donardo behind us to watch what we say now, but we can't, we can say whatever we want. If I feel like, hey, they made a good move here, I'm going to say it. If I feel like they failed and they screwed up and their development's awful and they can't draft, we're going to tell you that too. And, the Pirates, just like you said, 27 to 31 years, most of our lifetime have been poor. They've been the bottom third of the league. And that's just where we're at. And it's like, I'm tired of it, my personally, and we want to win. So that but my thing is always, we're going to tell you our opinion, whether it's good or bad, whether it's for or pro, against the team. And that's it. So why do people come? I mean, I guess that's a good thing for us that, people see us in that light that we're, some people see us as apologists. Some people see us as haters. It's like, you can't win, but hey, people are talking about you, I guess. So
which is good.
I get that's the good side of it. But it's funny, are we an industry plant? So what does that mean? Does that mean MLB came out and was like, here, go out and bash the Pirates?
No, Nutting did it.
Yeah, or are we pirate plants? Which one is? Are we the league plants, or are we just
maybe we're athletic plants? I don't know. That's a good point too. Plants of who? Who is
right? That's what I didn't understand.
Maybe we're both sides of the plants, and that's why we're getting double paid. That's why we can afford all this stuff now.
Because MLB wants the Pirates to continue. Every owner voted for the current setup. They want the small market teams to continue doing the small market things. So yeah, who are we a plant for? It just doesn't.
What it sounds like is a bit of entitlement. I don't know, or maybe that's not the right word. If my product isn't good, I cannot just simply say you need to buy these shoes that I make, right? They would be so much better if you would just buy them. So that way I can use the money to make a better shoe. I know these suck, but once you start buying these and you start giving me money, I'll be able to then invest the money to make it better. That's not how it works. That's not how anything has ever worked. You have to invest your money in first, and then the people will come out and come watch it. When the Jaguars are bad or any other team are bad or whatever, people don't go watch. But as soon as you start, you draft the draft pick, that's a player that's good, and everybody gets excited about that, then more people come. Then you start winning games, then more and more people come. People aren't going to sit out here and talk positively about a team that's trash, and everybody knows it's trash, and they're looking at it like, I'll be surprised if they win 70 games. So no, that's not how this works.
Yeah, I've said that for years since we started, Donardo. People flip out about attendance, and this attendance is down, it's poor. If you win, people are going to come out. People will come.
People will come.
And they came into that. It was delayed a year, but went 14 and 15. They averaged 30,000, over 30,000 fans a game. I had a fight with somebody on Twitter about that the other day. People came out. It wasn't a sellout every night. I mean, it's just not going to be. It's just
sure.
Baseball's got its own issues, but they got a lot of attendance. Most I've seen, probably in our lifetime. So if you win and you put a consistent product out, people will come out. And we've said this too. The Pirates had all they had to do was go get a pitcher for 15, 20 million. And people would have fallen all over themselves to love this team this offseason. And they didn't do it. Once again, they just failed to live up to any kind of the lowest bar of expectations possible.
You know what this is? It's very simple. It's like, listen, this is the best way that I can describe it. This is the way I describe my relationship with the Jaguars. Look, listen here, lady, all I need from you, I don't need you to cook. I don't need you to clean. I don't care if you work. I don't care what you do. Just don't sleep with other guys. And she keeps sleeping with other guys. And you don't do any of the other stuff. I don't care. All I want you to do is just be with me and be faithful to me. What does she do every year? She sleeps with another guy. And then she comes back to me and says, I slept with somebody else. And I'm like, why did you tell me? You didn't even need to tell me because I didn't even know. You just ruined my year again. But you know what? I keep taking her back because next year she's not going to do me like that again. And sure enough, she does it again. And she does it again. And she does it again. So then what you want me to do now is to then talk glowingly about her, about how this upcoming year she's not going to sleep with another guy. She's going to stay with me. She's going to be faithful to me. She's going to love me the way that I want to be loved. No, I'm going to talk about the fact that the last 14 years, she slept with other dudes. That's what I'm going to talk about, because that's all she's been doing to me. Bro, like, what do you expect?
And the funny thing is,
toxic
think about the situation.
Toxic.
You're an idiot for staying, but you do.
But
You're
I do.
loyal. The fact that you're still here, you know, with that happening, the fact that you're still there says a lot. So to also put blame on top of you, like, you should be buying her, you should now be buying her extravagant gifts in hopes that, well, if you were doing that, she wouldn't have to go sleep with somebody else. She would stay with you.
Right.
It's your fault, Geddes. What is wrong with you?
You're blaming me. I'm the victim here.
Like accountability, I feel is like my key word this whole offseason, especially with this dude. You know, like I just hate how like you want to hold, you don't want to hold them accountable for this. You're going to pass off blame to the fans. Like, it's the fans' fault we're feeling this way. They're not going to be held accountable. You know, like the Ryan knows how much I love analogies, right? But like, are you going to blame the people who went to Blockbuster for no longer going to Blockbuster? Well, it's your fault. Why did you guys leave us?
Right.
No, blame Blockbuster for being dumb and not smart business people and seeing the wave and seeing what they needed to do to retain their fans, to retain their business. You know, I keep referring to like these baseball teams as businesses this year, just for the fact of like the way we're talking. But like, yeah, like think about the Pirates as a business. This business is failing. Are you going to blame the fans? Or are you going to blame the people who's running it?
Right. Do they invest in R&D? The answer is no.
Right.
If you look at it, if this was F1, they have a bad car. The new year comes and they're like, you know what we're going to do? We're not going to invest in the car because we don't have enough, because y'all aren't coming out and buying our tickets. And you know what? We can't afford to buy a driver too. So we're just going to get some regular dude to drive the car. And we're going to keep running that and keep running that and keep running that until you decide to start paying for our product, and then we'll then take that money and invest it. You know what's funny? If the fans come out, guess what? They're still not going to invest. They're going to pocket the money.
Well, that's pretty much what happened in 15, 16.
This article from The Athletic pretty much showed that that's not true, Geddes.
It isn't?
No. The Pirates operate in good faith.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Like we've discussed this before. This is his this is not his primary source of income, is it?
Yes and no.
No. Well, yeah. Who knows? Because none of the books are open, but it wasn't. I mean, you know, he bought the team, obviously. It wasn't. He had, you know, other businesses, but
gotcha.
Right. But he did sell one too. The ski resorts is sold. Like,
so he's going to take some of that money and invest in the team? No. Oh, okay.
He's made money. Yeah, he's put some money in his pocket by selling that. But like, as far as his businesses and how he's now currently generating, I don't know, right? And again, I'm not going to allude to stuff. I'm not going to make myself look stupid like some people on Twitter like to do. But I don't know. But like, right, it's closer to his primary source, I would believe, because it's like the businesses have now narrowed down.
Right. Like Geddes, that article that came out that we just alluded to in the Athletic was basically when they added a new weight room, was $8 million. They took that out of payroll. Like that $8 million came out of their operating expense or whatever. Like, that's not how you run a business. And it's certainly not really how you should run a baseball team.
No.
But that's
again,
like one of the things that came out.
Let's talk business. If the company workforce says, you know what, we're growing, we need to expand, we need to buy, we need to make another building. They're not going to lay off 100 people to do it.
Right.
That's not what you do. You don't take it out of payroll.
Right. Let's see. So anybody who has any decent level of cognitive ability, right? If they read the article, right? If the team is being ran this way, how can you stay positive? Now, ignorantly positive. Now, you can still be positive about the team and say, okay, well, you know, the team could do better. You know, I hope they do better, blah, blah, blah. But to be ignorantly positive is an issue. especially when you, to be honest with you, to take $8 million out of payroll to put a new weight room, you're basically saying, look, we don't care if we win or lose. As long as the books look the way I want it to look, I don't care.
And this was after they won 98 games. I mean, they were
yeah.
And
this is what I said on Twitter the other day. How can anyone, if people come at us, how can anyone defend the front office at this point? Right now? Now, yeah, could they win this year? I mean, anybody could get lucky and go into a winning season. And, there's opportunity, but they had such an easy, like they could still add and probably end up being a favorite in the division, or if not the favorite, pretty close to it. There's still so many free agents out there. They just aren't going to do it. So it's like you had an easy job. You're not doing it. And I don't understand how people can defend them at this point.
And that's what I want to say. Like, I keep saying this too. And even to these people that are coming at us in that sense, but it's like, I don't hate the team by any means. It's like, there's a lot of young players and I'm excited to see what they can become, because like there's talent.
But why would you hate the team? You have a podcast.
How could we hate the team? Well, we've been doing this for 9 years.
There's people who have a podcast that literally just go off hating the team. Well, we know Brian Cornell. It's Brian Cornell. His whole gimmick was the Pirates are terrible and they're awful, and I'm gonna, get all these listeners because of that, which doesn't exist anymore because people don't do the work. But anyways, like, we don't hate the team. I don't hate the team. I'm not looking at this team and saying this team's trash. This team's trash. And everyone should listen to us and realize this team's trash. I'm here telling you, like, there is some optimism about this team. The problem is it is so young and there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of injury risk. There's a lot of first year, second year guys. Like, are they going to develop and become that? You don't know yet. There's a lot of uncertainty. And they didn't go out this offseason to mitigate that. You know what I mean? Like, this was a big offseason that you could have surrounded this young team with a lot of question marks, with some more sure things, and with his weak division said, we are going to take it. And you didn't do that. You're banking on all these question marks to be positive. Again, the rosy colored lenses on. Like, you're putting this on saying, if this happens, then we can do it. And it's like, you have the ability to just go out there and be better. And you're just not. You're banking on a lot of stuff to happen. And it's baseball. Not everything's going to happen. Sure, O'Neill Cruz might be really, really good. And by O'Neill Cruz being really, really good, maybe Henry Davis is a bust, right? Or Henry Davis is really, really good. And then Henry Davis being really, really good, maybe Brian Hayes takes another step back. And, like for every good, there could be a negative. And it just evens out. And that's why you look at this team, it might be like a 75, 76, 78 win team. And that's not good enough. And you have the ability to make it an 80, an 81, 82 win. And then maybe a little bit of luck or a trade of the deadline because you're right there. Now you make it to 83, 84, 85, right? So, like, that's my problem is this team is in a situation where if you had a better off season, you could be really optimistic about this team.
And that's the thing.
But they failed to do that. And that to me is a problem.
One trade for Cabrera or Dylan Cease, one signing of a pitcher, a legit pitcher, could have changed the public perception 100%.
They're trying. That's what they would see.
Yeah. And if it doesn't work out and you have a bad season, well, hey, at least they went out and had an off season. They're showing, like, change the public perception. And then maybe it'll change on the field too, because you actually signed legit talent or traded for legit talent. But like, they're just relying on, maybe these young guys will work out. Maybe everybody will have a breakout season at the same time. Maybe we won't lose 3 pitchers due to injury. That happens every single every single spring training.
Do you think they're looking at it like the Reds? Because the Reds are a relatively young team, aren't they? Do you think that maybe that's what their
but
goal
is? The Reds have like that perception that they're going for it, and they've actually signed some more. They've actually signed guys or traded for one. It's just, forget about wins and losses at this point. Just public perception, which they've shown. If they've shown anything over the last 10 years since we had this pod, they don't care about the public perception at all. Which is why I was so much like Bauer's perfect for them, because they already signed Chapman, which was a weird signing in itself, because here they were not throwing money anywhere. And then all of a sudden 10 million on Chapman, which they didn't really need. I mean, will he be an asset? Yeah, he should be. But did they really need it? Like, they probably could have spent that money on a pitcher
Do you think that maybe they thought that was going to be the thing that pulls people in, like, oh, Chapman, World Series, Yankees, Cubs, all that kind of stuff?
Here's what. Well, who knows? But here's what I think. I seriously think this happened. I think Nutting at this point, he's not a baseball guy. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a bunch of yes men hanging around him.
Yep.
That are just, oh yeah, good decision, Bob. That was great. Oh, that weight room's going to look good. It doesn't matter that we can't sign anybody now. It's good. They have a bunch of yes men that don't want to give him a dose of reality that what he needs to do. And he sets the payroll. He did that interview with Mackey. And immediately after that, because they talked about spending, and he said, well, the GM's, Ben has the flexibility to go and spend. He has room to go and spend. Immediately after that, they signed Chapman, which came out of the blue for $10 million. I seriously, he came out of that interview and was fired up and probably went to Ben Cherington and said, go sign anybody. I don't care who it is. And Ben was probably like, I don't know, who can we get? And he's like, just go sign somebody to shut them up. He's winging it at this point. And I believe that 100% that's what happened. And I think that's how we got Chapman. And now we had this Keller extension, which also just randomly happened, coincidence, after the Nesbitt article. Now, I don't believe that was necessarily because of that, because they were supposedly working on a Keller extension for a while. But I'm telling you, that Chapman signing was exactly what happened. Nutting went to Ben and was like, you know what? Go spend $10 million on whoever you want.
I'm calling you out, Ryan. I'm calling you out right now.
Here we go.
Call me out.
You said the reasons we started North Shore 9. And I'm going to tell you the reasons why we started North Shore 9. And back then it was more negative, right? Because the Pirates were actually trending on. I mean, again, we started this in the offseason of 15 into 16.
Yeah. They were good. So and then we started
straight seasons of being good, right? And there's still a lot of negativity. And the thing about it was, whether it's good or bad, it was always the stupidest, dumbest, laziest takes, right? Ryan, you're giving that shit right now. You're the person that you hated back in 2015. Okay. So I just want to say this. That's not why, Ryan. That's not why, Ryan. First off, that's not why they signed Chapman.
The Chapman signing
this
doesn't
is
make
all
sense, though.
It's coincidence. And like I said yesterday on Twitter or 2 days ago, whatever it was, like I love the bit. I love playing bits. I love bits, right? And this is a funny bit about the coincidence of the Chapman, the coincidence of Keller. But come on, Ryan, you know better than that. You know better. First off, did you hear any smoke about the Perez signing? Did you hear any smoke about the Rowdy signing? The Pirates are so tight-lipped anyways. You don't hear about anybody.
Signing. Chapman wasn't. Okay. Chapman's like what, the second most money that they threw.
You just said they should use the $10 million to sign another starting pitcher, right?
Or just allocate it better.
Cool. What remaining starting pitcher that's out there left is worth $10 million? Like that. The problem is they missed out on everybody. Do you know why they missed out on everybody? Because all the starting pitchers said, we don't want to play for you because you're trash.
Yeah, but
so again,
it's not Jordan Montgomery that's still out there.
Don't blame me for the way I talk. Put have accountability on the damn organization. The starting pitcher said, we don't want to pitch for you. And we know that, like, as a matter of fact. If they pay them, in on guys, they said no. They've taken less deals. There's one that took a minor league deal with Tampa Bay because I said I would rather not be guaranteed a major league deal and be with Tampa Bay than play for you on the major leagues. Right?
And agreed. And it's
coming up harsh. I get it. But like, this is the reality. They missed out on everybody. They had to pivot. Chapman was a pivot move. They couldn't get starting pitchers. So what's the next best thing we can do? Shore up the bullpen. Don't do this, Ryan. Don't be the person you hated back in 2015.
So why not spend the $10 million to help go get Jordan Montgomery?
Well, because they're not going to do that. Well, and also, Ryan, Jordan Montgomery once again has to say, I want to pitch for you. And I'm not too comfortable knowing that he's going to.
Hold on. Stop. So would Jordan Montgomery accept the $10 million a year contract?
Well, no.
First off, it's going to be a multi-year deal, $20 million plus, and probably at least 4 years.
Okay. And that's part of the problem. The Pirates don't want to give out these multi-year deals. But again,
that's the issues. They don't want to spend the money.
Free agents don't want to come there, but that's a bed that they created. Like they that's because of how bad they've been for so many years. They need to change that perception and they got to overpay for somebody.
They're going to pull in. You have to spend.
Yeah. They're going to have to.
I bring up Jason Worth time and time again too. Everyone laughed at Jason Worth contract. Oh my God, the Nationals gave him too much money. But you know what that did? That sparked something. That's what they need to do. They needed to overpay for Jason Worth to be there, to start building something for other free agents to come. And hey, the Nationals have won a World Series.
But what do you?
Sometimes you need to overspend to get somewhere.
You're acting like, well, they lost out on a bunch of starting pitchers, so then they pivoted and went Chapman. What starting pitchers were going to come here? Who do they lose out on? Like what? Sonny Gray? I mean,
both the Japanese guys.
They can't afford it. They're not going to pay it.
I'm telling you,
they're going to pay.
That's matter of fact.
I'm telling you, Nutting is winging it so much. He gave Ben some kind of number that they can spend to. Like, obviously, there's a budget. And if there isn't a budget, then Sherrington should have been fired a long ago, even before I thought he should be gone. But they set a budget, and I'm telling you, Nutting went to him and changed that. You read about this stuff all the kind of time after the fact, that how GMs or owners were just, shooting at the hip and kind of doing stuff as they go. I guarantee you he went to him and pivoted right at that point. That signing makes no sense.
I mean,
you didn't need him.
At any rate,
you didn't need him, and you could have allocated that money a lot better elsewhere.
I don't know if they could have.
The point is,
I don't know if they could have.
The question is, did they need him?
They don't need him, but now that bullpen is,
so you just wasted the money.
So no, that's what I'm saying. Like, now that bullpen's a strength. If you're not getting pitching in the starters, you know what I mean? Like, instead of having a bad rotation and an okay bullpen, like, they have this, I'll still say bad. It's undesirable rotation. I'll put that way. It could become something. We don't know. Tons of question marks, right?
There's no depth.
But what you have done now is you've locked up and made that bullpen an absolute strength. So if you can wheel and deal, work something out to get to the 6th inning, like, now it's game over. Think about like the Royals back in the day, get us the World Series. You know that, the ex-Mets fan, like the Royals bullpen, how it was, like, it was shut down. That wasn't like that rotation was anything amazing either. But that bullpen was lights out. So that's what the Pirates are like. It's, if we're not going to get ourselves anywhere near an average rotation, then like make the bullpen an absolute strength. And I think that's what they did with this signing.
There's teams that have done that. I remember we've discussed that before. Teams that shored it up and then they were able to make it through.
Right.
Make it through games because everybody else is good enough. It's like, just make it to the 5th or whatever, make it through 4 innings, and then we'll carry the rest.
The problem with this team is there's no rotation depth. Injuries are going to happen.
No, there's a ton of depth. I'm not sure if it's quality.
Well, right. We don't know if these guys can make it 100 innings, let alone 150 and beyond.
There's like 12 guys by June that will be able to throw a baseball. We just don't know how well.
Right. And so there's no depth, like, as far as, if one injury happens in spring training to one of your starting pitchers, I mean, what's this rotation really look like? So to me, like I said, that the point that it was just money that the Pirates don't normally throw out at a free agent, and then it ended up being Chapman, a relief pitcher, who comes with, a little bit of baggage. Again, they don't care about the PR perception, whatever. It was out of left field, and I'm telling you, dude, Sawcheck or Stump for somebody's going to write a book in like 10 years, and when Nutting, who knows, moves on or whatever, and it's going to come out, and I'll tell you were wrong.
All right. Can't wait. The Clubhouse episode 304.
Can't wait. But I agree with you. I love the bit now, because now with the Nesbitt article and the Keller extension,
with Keller coming out, it was fantastic.
I love the bit.
But like, as long as that's been working on, and like what it takes to put, like, you don't have a PR thing to come out.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Hit and then a day, not even a day, like, have an extension done. Like I said, this guy was afraid. This guy waited to make a move to save $30,000, because if he made the move tomorrow, they would save $30,000. And you're gonna tell me he spent $77 million for good PR? He don't care about PR. He's not spending $77 million on it.
Right. And that's what everybody that was applauding the Keller extension. Like,
and here's what I want to say too. Like, sorry, Ryan, just cut you off. But like,
go ahead.
People, put some things in perspective. Stephen Nesbitt, in order to get quotes from those guys, had to send them questions to get quotes from. They knew this was coming. If you really wanted to have a PR thing and get this thing done, You would have did it the day before because you knew it was coming. You would have did it before the thing hit to make them look stupid.
You'd have to be intelligent and you'd have to care.
So stop being such stupid people out there. For the people that get hate and like, oh, whoa, me, you guys don't get as much hate as me. Well, stop saying some stupid ass, dumbass shit.
Right.
Be smarter.
As I say, well, that's why it all goes back to our group chat because that's what the fight was over, pretty much. Like a differences in moving forward with the North Shore 9. That's all.
Right. Well, awesome. I'm glad we hashed it out and we got here. You know, sometimes for those who don't know, people talk about a lot of this prep work and stuff like that. See, the thing about the Clubhouse, this is a natural, free-flowing conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're coming on the Clubhouse, you're not going to know what the topic is.
Because that's what I said.
Which I kind of hate.
That's what I told Donardo because he messaged me
it.
and was like, what are we talking about? And I said, so the thing about the Clubhouse is I don't really know from week to week. Like, I have an idea, but I don't know.
It's a free-flowing conversation, and we can discuss what we're going to discuss. We could talk about beef. We could talk about craziness that goes on Twitter, and then we could turn it to talking about what's going on with Bob Nutty not spending money.
But this was pretty behind the scenes as you're going to get with North Shore 9.
Yeah.
I mean, besides us just adding everybody to our group chat, this was pretty behind the scenes.
But I want to say, I feel like this is probably like the most confrontational few weeks that we've had. Because again, like you left it, and then if we're gonna air some things out, but not really, there were some other situations going on. Jim left it, then Cody left it. So we've had some tussles in the background here. But the thing is, like, it's all love. We all come back together, and tomorrow, not us, but like the four of us, like Cody, well, five, Cody, myself, Jim, Tyler, and Neil are going to be together in Bradenton.
You want to know somebody who flies under the radar, though? Tyler flies under the radar. I don't really ever see him get too upset. It's pretty even keel. Doesn't get moved by much. He's pretty. Yeah, he doesn't get touched.
Donardo had to rein him in a little bit over the years.
Yeah, Tyler. Yeah, I'm telling you, Tyler's a different man. He's a different man now. If somebody was to look through the chat, right, and was like, "Oh, who's the parent in here?" Like, I would assume it's Tyler because of how much patience he seems to have now. Because I don't have no patience.
But like Tyler will you won't hear from for most of the day, and then it'll be like, I just got out of work. Why do I have 130 texts and what's going on here? What I miss?
It sounds like a dad.
Right.
He sounds like a dad. He don't. It's not me and Ryan are the dads, and we're the ones who are the ones who are riled and amped up all the time. So
yeah. But you got the season's coming up.
You have kids.
Exactly.
The season's coming up.
Yep.
A lot of things are happening at North Shore 9. A lot of announcements happening. Good high profile guests. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
They didn't invite me to Bradenton.
First off, you've been invited. Don't even start there.
I know. I'm
we
kidding.
Got kids get us.
Life in.
You are in the state.
Going this weekend, and what's funny is that I was supposed to take I had to take a 20-hour class because we're doing some new thing, and I had to get my NMLS license. But I had my NMLS license back in 2017, so now I didn't have to take the class. So I probably could have went now that I know this yesterday. How long are we going to be in Bradenton?
For a week till we leave Friday.
How far is Bradenton from Jacksonville?
5 hours.
Nah, I ain't doing it.
I ain't doing it. Hey, the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Juice ain't worth the squeeze. Now, if I would have bought a plane ticket and all that kind of stuff, then I would have came down for like a day. Like my whole plan, my intention was to come down for the day and come back. But I ain't going to be on the road for 10 hours. The last time I did that was when I was getting my car tuned, and I didn't enjoy that. So yeah, no. Y'all have fun though. What's the before we end the show? What's the plan? What's the overall plan?
A lot, honestly, like a lot. I mean, we're gonna get there tomorrow, probably like around 5. Make our Publix run, so we get lots of food and beverages.
Chicken.
I miss Publix.
So every day. Much like the winter meetings, if you follow along the winter meetings, we had like a daily recap, and we usually had like with a beat writer, same like idea. I mean, I know like Mac is going to be there, Stump, Noah Hiles, who's now on. We introduced him. So like we'll meet up with people, have like a daily recap. Sunday and Wednesday, we're gonna have our live pregame shows right inside the ballpark there. We'll have our Starbucs in the morning on Monday. We'll have our NS9 live Thursday night that week. It's our last night there, so we'll do it then. Every morning we'll be in Pirate City, creating content, doing stuff. Like I said, we're gonna be doing a bunch of stuff. So a lot of stuff's coming out.
We're recording from inside Lecom.
Yeah.
Did you say that? Did I miss that?
Yeah. The live pregame inside the ballpark.
I was like, you buried the lead.
Ballpark again?
Lecom with the Pirates play.
Okay.
Because we're industry plans, get us.
What is it?
That's also, like, I also want to say this. This is very the humorous side of all this, right? So when Tim is calling us industry plans, we're talking about this, like,
which is a stupid take.
Regardless, right? Regardless,
take,
like,
but anyway,
what was just funny was this has been in the works. We're waiting on everything to be like confirmed and finalized, like things we needed to have in hand, and not just like verbally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're waiting on that to happen. And like I said, Tim's going about this energy plan stuff. I'm like, oh God, this is gonna like, what if we get this stuff tomorrow? We make this, because I'm waiting on this stuff to make the announcement. Again, like we've known this is happening, but we needed true documentation first before we were going to make this announcement. And I'm like, what if we get this tomorrow? And like he's calling us an industry plant, and we go off talking about we're not. And then tomorrow it's like, hey, we're gonna be inside the Pirates ballpark doing a pregame show.
Yeah.
Well, that's what an industry plan is.
Yeah, right. So I guess it was good that it took a little few more days for that to happen. But anyways, yeah, we'll be doing live pregame shows.
I do have a final request. So obviously, when the winter meetings, there were some fun stories that happened that I asked about when they were not relinquished to me on the Clubhouse episode we did after the winter meeting. So y'all have some fun, and remember your stories. So when I ask, I get an answer instead of a generic, it was fun, it was okay.
What stories and what were you told?
Like the chicken, the trying the different types of chicken.
Okay.
And all that kind of stuff.
You want to create some beef here? Do you want to create some beef here?
Did you sacrifice the live chicken?
No. Maybe I should have. No, we went to Hattie B's and tried their hot chicken. I think we talked about that on here. Cody still hasn't done that video.
No, we didn't.
It's February 23rd, which means January 6th. January 6th.
January 6th.
We're now 2.5 months since that happened, and this video's still not edited, Cody. Come on, bro. Come on. But anyways, there wasn't like too many like stories in that sense. Now this week there probably will be.
There better be. But Jim wouldn't divulge them to me during the Clubhouse. It's like Jim is not telling me nothing that happened, and they're like, "Oh, well, this happened and this happened and this," and I'm like, "What the? Give me the info. Give me the info. I need it from a show.
Listen,
give me the info."
The winter meetings, like we talk about, it's advantageous for us. It's not an event for like people or fans to go to because it's boring. It's a bunch
fans
of
do go though.
Baseball
autograph seekers.
Well, okay, yeah, autograph seekers. But like it's just a bunch of baseball people having meetings. There's not stories that come out of that.
No, I'm not talking about the stories at the winter meetings. I'm talking about the stories that lead up to the winter meetings and afterward. All the stuff that goes on, but like instead of just being like, there's fun things that happens outside of just going to the winter meetings. When you go on a trip, when you go on a bachelor party, right?
You're saying like the North Shore 9 stories.
The point I'm making. You're comparing a bachelor party to the MLB winter meetings.
No. Then you compared yourself to Michael Jordan. Like you're like,
no, I didn't see you doing that to me.
You see what I'm saying is that there's like the main story, right? And then there's subplots. I'm asking for subplots, and it's like, well, I don't want to discuss the subplots. I only want.
We were at the hotel basically from like 7 a.m. till like midnight,
doing nothing. Oh, then y'all are just boring. I should have went.
Well, no, at the winter meeting.
Well, we how do you think this stuff came about that we're doing in Bradenton? I mean, we had some connections.
I don't care.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't care. There's nothing to talk about in that sense.
Get us. They were industry planting.
Yeah, they
were industry planting. That's what they were doing.
That's what this is. You know what, Tim? You're right. We are industry plants. We are industry plants, just like Bobby, just like whatever it is. We'll end the show. But remember, what's her name? Bobby what? The girl that plant.
What is her? It starts with an L, right?
It's Bobby something. Give it to me.
Is there an
Google
L
it.
or an F in there? I forget.
I forgot what her name is. But she was married, had a kid.
Yeah.
Then she got planted, got famous, and then got divorced. Interesting.
Also, if we were industry plants, would that mean we'd be getting paid by like the Pirates or MLB?
We would be.
That's how Jim affords all his trips.
And we would have a million subs. We'd have a million, just like she had a million subs, literally overnight. And it wouldn't be interviews with just interviews with me on it, right?
Yeah.
You would have like Aaron Judge and people like that on. They're like, if that was like if North Shore 9 was to have a 2-month hiatus and then came back and it was instantly Judge. Why am I now drawing blanks?
McCutcheon.
McCutcheon. All these top flight, freaking Juan Soto, like back to back to back to back. At that point,
in our beds.
Huh?
In our beds.
Right. At that point, you can say we're industry plants. Bro, you know what's funny? It actually is a testament to how impressed he must be by what's being done. And it really shows you how impressed he is with Jim. Because if he was going to see, for him to say the stuff that he said, and then turn around and was like, Jim has to be a plant because there's no way he can be successful and also be podcasting and jet setting and traveling the world. This is egregious. I wasn't doing this when I was making money and I had hoes. So Jim has to be a plant. You know what I'm saying? It goes to show you what this man truly thinks of Jim. I mean, no wonder Jim was nice to the man. Jim is thinking to himself like, damn, this guy's on my dick. He really loves me. He really loves me. He thinks I'm so good that I'm a plant. Because you are Donardo. That's how well you're doing. That's how well Ryan's doing. It's so nice to see Ryan and Donardo back together. You know what's so crazy is that Ryan hasn't been podcasting crazy anymore. He took a little bit of a hiatus. And funny, after we were called plants, Ryan does a show with Donardo. It just all fits. It all fits. We're industry plants. He figured us out. He figured it out. And then, you know the reason why I'm here? Diversity. You can't have a plant if there's no diversity. You can't have that. You can't have that. It can't just be a gold team of white dudes. There has to be a black guy involved because if there is none, then it doesn't even look real. So here it is. Industry plants. We're plants. We're plants. Run me my money. Run me my money.
And as I said, where's my money? I assure you we're not getting paid from the Pirates or MLB.
Listen,
I will let you know when that happens.
We're bringing Root Sports back.
We're bringing what?
We're such plants. We're bringing Root Sports back.
Donardo.
Get us. Here you brought up about diversity in the winter meetings.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you got to get to one of these winter meetings. You
just like this or think I'm somebody?
It's all 60-year-old white dudes.
Oh, they're not going to want to listen to me.
But it would be hilarious, though.
It's transitioning a little bit, Ryan. It's a little bit better now, I'll say.
All right. Yeah, I haven't been to one since 2019.
I'll say this. All the people looking for a job still look all the same.
Look,
Which again, like people seeking jobs, some tips stand out.
Those dudes
show some personality.
When those dudes see me, this is what they're going to be talking. This is what they're going to say. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, oh, did you see those Trump shoes? And I'll be like,
right,
yeah, you like them, huh? Yeah, you do. I know who you're voting for. All right, all right. I think we can end the show there before I keep going. All right, well, everybody that's watching, appreciate you watching the Clubhouse. I don't know when this is going to drop. Donardo, can you tell us?
I think tomorrow.
We think tomorrow, which will be today when you're watching it.
Smart.
It's always today. That's the good
thing.
Wait, one
other thing. You brought up Bucn Mike's rankings early in the show. I gotta call him out here. Geddes is on the rankings now. I've been on like 4 of these in a row. When am I going to get back on them rankings or get on the rankings at all? So put me on, Bucn Mike. Let's go.
Bucn Mike should. I even made the statement that he should put you on because I don't think. I think I was probably on that list 2 episodes into the Clubhouse. He put me on that list.
Yeah, and I'm back. I'm back, Bucn Mike. So let's go.
It doesn't sound like you're back anymore. It sounds like
my kids are back.
look, and I'll end it with this. So Bucn Mike, you got to understand. There was things in motion, and the reason why life and aggravation is the reason why you didn't get your clubhouse the last one. So here's your clubhouse. It can affect my ranking. That's fine. I completely understand. That's life. Things happen. What was I? He was so pissed. He was so pissed at me that he didn't even tag me in it. He didn't tag me in it. And the reason why I don't respond on Twitter that much is because I'm just not on Twitter like that. So I do apologize. But yeah, he didn't even tag me. He was like, man, fuck this dude. He's like, what? I'm gonna put him at 9. I saw it because Jim made sure that I saw it. So he posted it. Jim was like, look at this. Bink, get us filled to 9. That's fine. I get it. I'm still coming with the heat though. So I'll end up back on that list somewhere at the top somewhere. Not unless you want to be what's the word I'm looking for? Disingenuous. All right, that's it. If you're watching the show, please like, subscribe to the channel. North Shore 9, you know how we do over here. We'll have another episode. There's a bunch of stuff coming up. Donato dropped some teasers, I guess, about what's coming. So be on the lookout for that. Cody's got stuff going on. Everybody's got stuff going on. The team is coming strong. So yes, like I said, go ahead and hit the like button, please. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe button. Comment in the chat. Let us know what you think. Any improves that needs to be made. Give us your opinion, all that kind of stuff, because the engagement does help us. And go follow us on Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff. And what's the other one? TikTok. Yeah, the one the kids are always using. Yeah, go ahead. And adults, I guess they're using it too. All right, I guess that's it. Go ahead, gentlemen. Tell everybody bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot.
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Bradenton
Number one pick
Jr.
from last year for Vanderbilt. From Vanderbilt, our number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September Call. Which was that good?
I'm still hanging.
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit
There's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
There you go.
When you were on the Orioles?
Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the score.
And he got
That's
that.
only two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country.
Oh yeah, he could easily pick one.
When you digitalize, you have to transfer it to this it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
But they care about anybody have a lot of videos out there. Call me up and get some
That's so meta.
All right, welcome to another episode of Bucking Around, live from Bradenton, Florida. Not live, this is pre-recorded. But anyway, we're in Bradenton, and I'm with my friend Neil Walker. Neil, how we doing?
We're doing good.
How's Bradenton so far this
well,
year?
we've gotten terrific weather so far this year. Games are started. I couldn't ask for much more.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to say it's an honor to interview you.
Thank you.
You're growing up, that team that went to the playoffs all those years, that was the team I grew up with. It was awesome to watch you guys play.
Thank you.
Hard to see you leave, of course. But I was there for your 2014 opening day walk-off.
Nice.
I just want to say thank you. So,
I appreciate that. We had some fun, though, right?
yeah, it was a great time. Great time. But anyway, I want to get into it. Most people probably want to ask you, what's it like playing for the hometown team? That's the usual question, right? I want to know, what was it like getting called up to the hometown team and living at home and you're getting a major league salary? Like what's that dynamic like with your parents?
Yeah, I mean, it was terrific. Just to kind of start there, but for the most part, when I got called up in 2009 at the very end of the year, I wasn't playing a whole lot, right. And I was going to have a decent opportunity in going into the 2010 season to make the team, but then I started bouncing around at different positions, and so when I was in AAA, and I got called up in late May, whatever that was, I was like, well, I don't want to get a place, especially when I'm at home. You know what? At least for the short term, let me just stay at my parents' house. Right. At least I'll have my laundry done and some decent square meals. Right. And then that rolled into having a decent year and staying there. And by the time the All-Star break hit, I was like, I'll just stay here the rest of the year. And then rolling into 2011, I was like, I got to get a place.
Hey, even major league players are like the rest of us, right? Yeah. You live at home for a while when you got your first job, and then you branch out.
That's right. That's right. I saved myself a couple bucks. So that's
well, unfortunately, you were traded to New York. I want to know what that transition was like, going to another team, especially a New York team. Yeah, the media is big there. A lot of pressure. What was that transition like, going to a team like New York? And then also, who's your favorite team to play for outside of Pittsburgh?
Oh yeah, well, I think that it was the first time you get traded. Was I got traded twice, once to the Mets, and then from the Mets to the Brewers. Right. The first time you get traded, it's especially when you've been in the place for so long. It was. I'd be lying if I said it was easy. It was difficult, at least internally. You're dealing with a new spring training complex. You're trying to figure out where you want to live. You're taking your family along. Everything that everybody deals with. But when you rolled in the circumstances and all of that, it was a tough adjustment at first. And fortunately, after about a couple weeks in spring training and learning the new players and coaching staff and all of that, it was just baseball as normal. But I went into a situation with New York where they were in the World Series the year before. There was a lot of buzz around the team, and I was quote unquote replacing Daniel Murphy. So there was some pressure on that. But fortunately for me, I was in a point in my career where I wasn't I didn't feel like I was trying to really prove something on a day-to-day basis. I knew what I did well. I knew what I was being asked to do with the New York Mets, and I had a terrific time in New York. Unfortunately, we didn't live up to the expectations that was set for us. And I would probably say that playing for the Mets was probably the best experience outside of Pittsburgh, just because where I was in my career and kind of the group we had there. And with the Yankees, it was great, but it was, like you said, playing for the Yankees is a whole it's a big thing. Every day you got 40, 50 media members in the clubhouse. You're answering questions every single day. And not like that the Mets was not like that, but it was just a little bit different.
Right. I know someone who's going to like to hear that you like playing for the Mets. My girlfriend's dad's a huge Mets fan.
Nice.
So he's going to love that.
All right.
I do want to go back to, you said when you went to the Mets, you were kind of established and you knew what you were. When in your life did you realize, okay, I'm a little different? Like I can do this as a career.
Well, honestly, I mean, in those early 2000s years, my goal was to play at the next level somewhere. And being from the Northeast, it still wasn't, there wasn't this whole huge AAU ball and travel ball mantra. It was still a lot of playing for your local teams and whatnot. So it wasn't until going into my senior year of high school, which was going into in 2003, that I was able to try out for Team USA in Joplin, Missouri. And I had no idea. I played all the way down to, Florida and on the East Coast and played against some of the best teams and players and was okay. And then I went and played against guys that, were across the board, Billy Butler and Homer Bailey and Matt Bush and some of these guys. And I realized I stacked up with those guys. And it kind of went from being, hey, I just want to go play D1 maybe somewhere. And it was small D1 at the time that I was looking. And then it just kind of slowly steamrolled into like, holy cow, I made Team USA. I excelled with Team USA and ended up signing with Clemson in November of my senior year. And then that rolled into having a pretty good senior season and getting put on the radar per se by professional teams and ultimately getting drafted 11th overall. So it was a fun experience, but it certainly wasn't one where I was like, yeah, I was 10 years old or 11 years old and I was dominating everybody. It was still a natural progression to my career.
Right. Well, it's a good thing that one year Jason Mackey didn't overshadow you with the batting average.
I know he mentions that every time.
But anyway, to almost wrap up here, this is my last long form question. What was the bigger accomplishment to you personally, your Silver Slugger in 2014 or being inducted into the Whitfield Hall of Fame in 2012? Which one meant more to you?
I mean, both are really, really special, and especially, the Western Pennsylvania, not necessarily a big baseball mecca, but football, especially on the boys' side of things. So to kind of be honored on the baseball side, but also kind of the football side, which I love football. I didn't think there was a path for me to go to the NFL or something along those lines. I thought I could have been a decent D1 player, but that was really, really cool. But yeah, that Silver Slugger, to be considered the best hitting player at your position in your league. I mean, especially to only have that once. And even that year, I didn't even make the All-Star team. I got hurt and I had an appendectomy in like late May that kind of somewhat kept me from getting the All-Star team. But then to get the Silver Slugger that same year was really special because that doesn't tell you just had a good first half of the year, which, certain guys will do that and make the All-Star team. It was the long game. And, I proudly display that Silver Slugger in my house as one of my favorite things. But still, at the end of the day, like I still see things as team accomplishments, especially those 13, 14, 15 years in Pittsburgh. I know I took a lot of pride. And if you ask a lot of the other guys, we took a lot of pride in going from not being super competitive 9 through 12 and then really taking that step. And you hope that's the case here in the short term with these guys too.
Absolutely. These guys are looking great.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of optimism.
I do as well.
I hang out with these guys and they try to bring me down. It's not going to happen. But anyway, I had to ask because, the Whitfield, it means more.
Yeah.
Whitfield means more.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's wrap it up with a little game here, a little fast hot take here.
All right.
A bunch of Pittsburgh topics for you.
Oh boy.
All right. So first one, Permanis or Peppies?
Permanis.
Slaw or no slaw?
Slaw.
Good man. Yins or y'all?
Yins.
Iron City or Yingling?
Yingling.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Bednar.
Noel, Cower, or Tomlin?
Cower.
Okay. Sid the Kid or Mario Lemieux?
Oh my! Wow, that is. The fact that I don't remember watching Mario play as much,
right?
And the fact that especially when they won the Cup in 2009 and they were around so much and we kind of mingled more so with the current players.
Right.
I bought a house off of Matt Cook before when he got traded. My neighbor was Chris Letang for a little while.
Nice.
So I got to know some of those guys and Crosby a little bit. So it's like 1A and 1A plus, but with those two guys. But I'd probably personally say Crosby.
All right. I got to say the same. I didn't watch Mario play. But anyway, we're going to move on to some movies. Sudden Death or Striking Distance?
Sudden Death.
Michael Keaton or Jeff Goldblum?
Michael Keaton.
Eden Park or Kings?
Kings.
Oh, my man. I love that. Kelly O's or Pamela's?
Pamela's.
Science Center or the Pittsburgh Zoo?
Oh, that's a tough one, too. Both are equally terrific, but I'll have to go with the zoo.
All right. Where am I? The Point or the Incline?
Incline.
PNC Park or Three Rivers Stadium?
PNC Park.
Pitt or Penn State?
Penn State.
Immaculate Reception or Maz's World Series walk-off?
Oh, Maz's walk-off for sure.
Pop or soda?
Pop.
Heinz Field or Acrisure Stadium?
Heinz Field.
And Steelers or Penguins?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough, too. I kind of see that as the same Mario and Crosby. I do feel I was fortunate enough to go to the Super Bowl victory in Detroit and the one here in Tampa.
Yeah.
So to a degree, I feel like I'm playing with house money from that standpoint. But then again, we obviously never got to go to many postseason games because we were playing. Yeah. So, oh man, I mean, if I had to pick, I'd probably say the Steelers.
I think I would too, but I will say you missed out on the block parties.
Yeah,
the block parties outside of PPG Paints Arena. Those were the best.
Yeah.
But anyway, Neil, thank you so much for
awesome
talking around with me
today.
today.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right, what's going on, beautiful people? It is the North Shore 9 Postgame Show. I'm Tyler. With me is my guy, and it's been way too long, Dougie Fresh. What's going on, Dougie?
I mean, hey, I've been following your exploits down there in Florida. You're back from a triumphant spring training tour. You guys were great down there. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited. I bought tickets to Pirates games today.
Which ones?
May 24th, 5th, and 26th, I'm going to get a Dave Parker bobblehead. It's funny.
5th and 6th, you will be in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. You got to come on. Let's go. That's Memorial Day weekend.
Baby.
Yeah. Let's
get
up
rock
there.
and roll. Everybody in the comments, we're going May 24th, 5th, 6th. I will be there. I will find a way to get there. My guy, Dougie Fresh, as soon as he checks his calendar to be sure here.
I will make sure. I know the 25th is the bobblehead. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's 24th, 25th.
Well, at the very least, the 25th of May,
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh will be there, which means my little happy butt will also be there.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Doug, I'm an hour away. I got to get there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give people ample warning so they could either, hide, lock their grandmothers up, that sort of thing. And then
exactly. Whew. Hide your moms. Tyler and Doug coming to town.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
I got one of those emails the other day about cougars in my neighborhood, and I'm like, I'm 60. Like, what a cougar for me has got to be like 112. I don't know if that's the way to go.
Oh, good to know the North Shore 9 postgame shows are back. The Pirates did play the other day.
right.
Dog.
We're
That
right
did
on, right
happen.
on.
The Pirates
Yes.
played the Orioles. They lost 5-2. A lot happened today. It is spring training. This is our first North Shore 9 postgame show back. Man, Martin Perez started on the mound.
Friday,
Pirates lost
Saturday,
5-2 as
Sunday.
mentioned. Friday, Saturday,
May
Sunday. That's when
24th,
you'll be there.
May 24th, 25th, and
Okay.
26th.
We gotcha.
We get to see the Braves. So
okay,
I think we get fireworks and we get a Dave Parker bobblehead, the Cobra.
All right, love that.
Enough to get me off my couch into Pittsburgh. So pretty excited.
Well, Doug, maybe if he looks anything like he did today, the guy who started on the mound will be pitching that day, and that was